Let me try that again with the mic on. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Jay. I don't know why you're saying good morning, but good morning. Hi. How you going? We're doing a bit of second layer painting tonight. We've done our Grisaille layer back on my second stream of our painting of Mark Hamill's head. Hello, Yick. Lovely to see you. Well, see you in chat. Yeah, so tonight we're going to add some colour. All right, I'll keep saying good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I've been very excited to stream all day, so thank you so much for joining me. I've got a little plan to show you about what I want to do tonight, but I might just give it a minute while everyone jumps in. So tell me about your day. How's your day been, Yick and Jay? What have you been up to? That's always fun. Also, can you let me know, is the music at a good level? It's not too loud compared to my voice? Oh, good. Very, very busy. Oh, boo! Busy sucks. I hope you have a nice, relaxing, chill night tonight. We're doing some chill painting, cups of tea, all the good stuff. You're here to negotiate terms on the skull painting. Which skull painting do you mean? I need to double check with you. Do you mean... I'm going to show you one in a minute. Do you mean the one on metal or one on paper or a different one? Negotiations should happen. I always like negotiating. It's fun. No, it's not. It's really awkward for me, but it's fine. You can't really hear music, but it's there. I can turn it up a little bit. There we go. I find sometimes the music's too loud in my head, so I'm wondering... Oh, hi, Tanya! I'm wondering if I can turn up the music for you guys, but not in my head. Yay. Hi, Mainly! Hi, Miguel! How you going? Yay! People are here. I'm excited. Okay, I want to show you what I'm thinking for tonight. So, I'm going to jump to a different screen. Let's have a click. Hum along with the music. No, you don't want to hear that. Hi, Jess! How are you? I'm so excited. Okay, so this is a little video of me doing some editing this afternoon. You didn't know there was more than one skull. The one I had in the YouTube photo. Do you mean the face? Don't make me hum all stream. Come on, no one wants that. Okay, so, yes. Now, I finished... Do you mean this painting? Hold on. The Mark Hamill face. Where's my mouse keep going? Oh, there it is. Do you mean that one, Jay? Ta-da. Because this is what we're working on. It's not a skull, it's a face. That's Mark Hamill's beautiful face. Yeah. Oh, the one on the live stream picture. Yes, okay, so that is the skull that I'm about to show you here. Hey, so this is the one. Yeah, I want to work on both. So I sort of envisaged both of these paintings together as still lifes. And I sort of wanted to enter them both into a still life art prize. So that is the kink in our negotiations, is that I want to enter them in a prize. But if they get in, they'll be for sale through the prize. So that might be something to keep an eye out for. But I might ruin them and you might not like them after I add a background. So I'll show you what my plan is. So let's go over here. This is a very janky little video of me on Photoshop. And basically I got to this point in the painting. Hi, Amelia! How you going? I got to this point in the painting where they're both sort of just neutral grisailles. So they're just painted with black and white, barely any background, if anything. I'm a worse negotiator. I just told you I've ruined possibly selling this work. So that's my bad, Jay. Sorry. Anyway, yes. So my first thing, I put them both in Photoshop and just got them next to each other. Because as I said, I've been sort of envisaging them as a pair. mostly because I like the language of the skull and the face working as two versions of a still portrait, so still life as a portrait. Once I got them into Photoshop, I didn't sort of have a predetermined idea about what I wanted to do with the background and what I wanted to do with some little elements around it. I did know when I put them next to each other, the shadow sort of didn't make sense on the skull. So what I've done quickly is replicated the shadow on my camel, but then I've just manipulated it a little bit to make more sense for the skull. So this is my plan of what I want to do in Paint here on the screen. So I want to add a bit more shadow, then I want to add color in the background. I also want to add a little bit of color on the subjects themselves, but it's not going to be that dramatic, so I didn't bother doing mock-up for that version. So these are 3 colors that I liked. So I know there's some paint tubes in these dark tones that are transparent, so they'll take on a bit of that background, which is quite cool. And this gives you a very, very quick idea of what they might look like when I add background color. Yeah. I really hope they're not negotiations like Qui-Gon Jinn's here. I don't feel like gassing people today, or being gassed. I don't know which side I'd be on that negotiation. So once I got my 3 colors in, then it was just a matter of going, which one do I like better? And I had this idea in my head, I wanted to bring in a little bit of gold or copper. So I've got actual metallic oil paints, which are gorgeous and I love to use them. They don't come out super perfect, which I kind of like. There'll be a slightly broken line, but they'll still be able to show you a little bit of highlighting around the subjects. Sort of like the idea of having a little bit of flourish, I think is the word I want. Something to bring your attention to the face and sort of highlight it a bit more. So I started with a line, and then I've also used circles and things like that. The face looks sad and the skull looks happy. Skulls do have a habit of looking happy. I think it's because you can see that part where the jaw and the cheek connect and the cheekbone looks like a smile automatically. Skulls are just happy to be there, man. They're happy. Mark Hamill, however, was under a whole bunch of alginate and plaster, so fair enough, he was a bit sour-faced by comparison. Happy skull. Yay. But yeah, I mostly use Photoshop to mock up plans when I'm not 100% certain on what I want to do. And when I want to try multiple ideas all at once. So if I sort of have a general idea and there's not a lot of options, I'll sketch it. If I want to try a bunch of different ideas, like in this case, I wanted to try a bunch of different colors and layouts for these sort of flourishes, I'll just chuck it in Photoshop because you have an undo button and the undo button is great. So that's sort of where I went with this. So this gives you the general idea. I like the horizontal line, even though the panels will be separate. It's this nice sort of brings the eyes together. Oh, sorry. I should have paused it right at the end there. There. Brilliant. That kind of idea. Or, I've got a photo here. So yeah, I've got that option and that option. I'm not sure whether I want the red or the blue. Miguel, mainly with this one, I just sort of jumped in. I didn't do a lot of drafting with this one because basically I did Mark Hamill on live stream and I just wanted to jump in straight to painting. So this one's definitely not like my portraits where I do a lot more drafting beforehand. So this is the after the fact drafting a little bit, working with what I've already got. The question is whether I want red or whether I want blue. So it's the general idea. I like the red because it's quite fierce and it's a bit warmer, which works really well with the gold, but I also like the blues. The blues here, I've got almost sort of a mix of a cooler blue and a warmer blue, so it's got a bit more variation. Yeah. Oh, Melody, you like the blue? Hello, Melody. Got one vote for both, one vote for blue. We've got a partial to the red. Really, Miguel? I would have thought you would have gone for the tealy blue. Oh, thank you. Yes, the one for Off the Curb. I just did a video on that. It's just annoyingly because of nipple police marked as over 18 on YouTube, so it hasn't seen as many people, but that's okay. Another vote for the blue. Ooh, I think I'm leaning a bit bluey, but let's try it on the actual painting, because this is where I'm getting confused. If my mouse is on the wrong screen, I can't see where it is. Okay, so oil paintings, yeah, much easier now that it's completely dry. So this is not a problem at all. I can try a color and then take it off, and then we'll see how we feel about it. So what I might do, let me just put out some medium. Yeah. We can try a bit of blue and try a bit of red and see how we feel. Once I can open my medium. Ooh, I'm seeing more votes for blue. Should have done a poll. But this was all today. I've been doing the drafting because I was waiting for the skull to dry a bit more. I think the skull's dry enough to go, so we should be able to hit both paintings tonight, which is good. Alright. So, with all of my paints... Oh, this is a terrible one to show you one. Oil paints. I have this great little key on the back. Hopefully you can read that. See there, it tells me how transparent the paint is. Anytime you're painting over an underlayer and you want the underlayer to show through, make sure to find transparent or at least semi-transparent tubes, because those paints will take on and not sort of blot out everything underneath. So opaque paints will just absolutely try and blot it all out. The blue is growing on you. The blue does fit Luke Skywalker more. That is a good point. That is a good point. And see, this is a face cast that's from, apparently, Empire Strikes Back as well, so... Ooh, that makes me think blue. Alright, so I'm putting out 3 different blues. I've got Phthalo Blue Red Shade, which is a little bit purplier, Sapphire, which is a little bit greener, and then I've got Phthalo Blue Normal, which is smack in the middle, so... And I've got a bit of Ultramarine on there as well if I want, but that one's more opaque, so we're going to be careful with that one. Oh. I always forget how tough some of these tubes are, and I should open them before we start stream. But that's fine. Alright, so that's our blues. Then for red, I have Blender's Red Violet, Quinacridone Magenta, and Spectrum Crimson. The other thing we could do is we could do red for the skull and blue for Luke Skywalker, but I feel like that would separate them too much. And then they're sort of more independent paintings again, rather than a pair. But I'll put the blobs out anyway. We'll test it, and then we'll scrape off the one we don't like. Yeah. I was asking everyone before, how was your days? Is everyone here from Australia, more or less? I know, Melody, you're not. Aren't you? Or am I confusing you with someone else? Yeah. Red for the skull. It would give them different sort of moods. And I suppose if we use the same circle symbol, that would still tie them together with the gold. I sort of like the idea of them looking a bit, not quite religious, but like they've got... Yeah, Melody, I thought you were from the States. That's right. So it's morning for you, isn't it? Alright, medium-wise, we're using Liquin Fine Detail. One of my favourites because it's much liquidier than normal Liquin. Normal Liquin is more of a gel, and I don't like it. This one flows, but it still dries in about 2 to 3 days. So I'm just going to load up my brush with just straight medium and just do a bit of painting beside the head on either side, just to get the board a bit re-wetted so it's not super thirsty, and it just helps the paint flow better. Okay. Yeah. Tanya, you're not from Australia either? Are you from the States as well? I'm just using the tiniest little bit of paint and it's just giving me a bit of a stain. And I can always build it up. Oh, Tharlo packs a punch though. That was more than I intended. That's okay. So that's my 3 blues. And you can see there how the underneath lines still show through perfectly. So they're not sort of covering so much as they're just staining what's underneath. My New Zealand trip. Hi Kelly! My New Zealand trip I was so glad I went when I went. So I managed to jump over to New Zealand for like 3 days in between lockdowns when we'd just come off enough of a lockdown that you were allowed to travel and before the next Melbourne lockdown. Kelly, I'm painting from an actual cast of Mark Hamill's face. If I can move the camera slightly. Oh, you can't see him behind my screen. Hold on a sec. I can do this. How can I do this where I won't break everything? Maybe like this. There he is. See Mark Hamill's face? I bought it on eBay a while ago. Just one of those things you see and I'm like, I want to paint that. So I bought it. Oh, now where are we? Not quite right, not quite right. That's better. Yeah. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so we're painting from Mark Hamill. I've already done the black and white, so this is all dry. And now we're just testing out background colours. I'm just putting on a bit of the red, although I'm definitely feeling this blue, so this might be a short-lived test. Yeah, I think I'm feeling the blue, guys. I think I'm feeling the blue, everyone. Give me 1 sec, I'm just gonna get a cloth. The studio assistant is a bit unhappy because she is teething at the moment. For anyone who doesn't know, we've got a young puppy named Dipper, who's my studio assistant. She is a beautiful little girl, but she's been sooking all day because she's got teeth coming through, so she's in a bit of pain. Luckily today, one of the big ones came out, which needed to come out, and that's been good, but she's still having a bit of a sook. So I think tomorrow we're going to take her on a bit of a big walk, and like she had her normal walk today, but we're going to go on a bit more of an adventure tomorrow and see if that tuckers her out and distracts her. But if she wanders in, I'll definitely pull up the camera so she can say hi. Last time I streamed, she literally came in 2 seconds after I finished streaming, and it was just like, silly little girl. Alright. Now that I know what I want, I can go in a bit more heavy-handed with this colour. Actually, I'm going to switch brush. This brush is a very soft brush, so it's really good for light-handed stuff, but if I'm going to go in a bit heavier, I can go with something a bit bristlier. You. Yeah. I can give her a cuddle from you, that's fine. Absolutely, Jess. It's just hard when you know she's, like, not 100% understanding why she's unhappy, she's just unhappy. But she just walks around kind of mopey and then chews on your hand, and then you're like, no, we're discouraging that. And then she's like, but Mom. I personify my dog a lot. Yeah, that's a nice blue. Okay, let's get more of this color over here. I can also refine the shadow a little bit more once we get all the color on. I don't necessarily want the background to be super smooth, but I do want it to have a bit more of a unified texture, because it's still effectively playing the role of a wall. It doesn't matter too much if we go near the edge of Mark, because we're going to go over him a bit as well, with some nice grey tones in warms and cools to give him some more depth. It's very easy to personify dogs, isn't it? You just put words in their mouth to match their expressions. And yes, Stilton was very focused on the foods, so completely understandable that his expression was foods. That boy was obsessed with the foods, especially the blueberries, which I'm still surprised Dipper does not like blueberries, or at least she doesn't get excited about them. She's just sort of like, bleh. Weird dog. Atlas has a voice. Does he, Cal? Can you go deep enough for his voice, or is it more high-pitched than it looks? Atlas is a big dog. He's a cutie. The giant floof. Guys, feel free to post your dogs' Instagrams in the chat so I can catch up later and look at everyone's dogs on Instagram. Because I already follow Atlas. It has a little Barney from Flintstones. Aww! That's really cute. I could see Atlas with a Barney voice. For sure. That's really cute. How much does this just make the head pop off the surface now that we've got a bit of colour separating it? I feel like the head just became so much more 3D. Atlas only follows other dogs on Insta. See, I've done a bit of that as well. It's on, so at Dipper Clark is Dipper's, I can show you. It's on screen. It's on screen. That one. At Dipper Clark is my dog's Instagram. And yes, she mainly follows my friends' dogs. So if anyone has pet accounts, cats are allowed as well. Love cats. Love rabbits. Love birds. Any floofs are allowed. Alright, I'll go back. Okay. Yeah. It's quite nice because when I jump on her account, because her account doesn't follow half as many people as my art account does, I actually see people's content. I feel like on my art account I only ever see the same 20 accounts, even though I follow like 1,000 accounts. I don't see everyone's stuff, which is so frustrating. Seriously, I would pay the $5 a month to Instagram if they just showed me literally everyone's posts chronologically. That's all I want. And see how the shadow has still completely stayed where it was? It's blurred a little bit, which I'm actually very okay with because it was a bit too sharp. But the glaze, being transparent, has just allowed what was already there to still shine through. We've changed the temperature, we've changed the chroma, but we haven't changed the value of that area. Social media doing what we want? Nah, yeah, that's probably true. But yeah, this is what I really like about glazing, is that you've already done a lot of the work and now you've just got this guideline that you can go through and manipulate. I did a range of portraits just using Grisaille and single colour glazes for my 2018 exhibition, Empathy My Witness, which you can see on my website, lizgridley.com.au. That was the biggest body of work I've ever done, and I'm definitely sort of in a place now, a couple of years later, where I'm like, oh, I'm getting the itch to do another big body of work, but in the meantime, I'm letting myself play a little bit this year. Last year was a bit of a disaster, so this year I'm allowed to play. And these pieces sort of fall into that. I'm just sort of playing and experimenting, not doing as much pre-planning. allowing myself to jump in with an idea. Especially with small pieces and things like art prizes, you can just sort of have a go, I reckon. It's less do or die, that things match your complete oeuvre or your style. Oh, that phthalo blue has a lot of guts, I like it. Kel, it's almost 3 years ago. How scary is that? When do I decide to do background colours? I guess it's sort of when I can't avoid it any longer. And that's what with this, I definitely feel like I can't avoid it any longer, because if I'm going to add light colouring to the face, the background is going to affect that, and the background's going to, like, in a way inform how that works. So I needed the background to be in before I do any colour on the face, so I know what strength and chroma to do the colour on the face. Because I still want it to be grey, because that's the model is grey. I just want to have a bit of the warms and the cools coming into the face to give it more depth. Time does have no meaning anymore. I completely agree, Tim. Welcome to the chat. Oh, time has lost all meaning. Thanks, Tanya. And again, how fast was that? We've just plonked in one colour, and already I feel like the head is just boom, coming straight forward, which is great. And just giving it a bit more life. I know he still looks a bit sad because we've added blue, but I'm hoping it's a fierce enough blue that Luke Skywalker doesn't look incredibly sad. It is interesting painting a face that isn't heightened expression, because I do so much with heightened expression and emotion faces. So this is a little bit different. We'll see. It's the part where I wish I was ambidextrous so I could do this side in my left hand, but I'm not that cool. Okay. Thank you. How do I choose surfaces? Well, this panel I got for free as a sample, so free is a great instigator to get me to try something. It's an aluminium composite panel similar to what I normally paint on, but this one was primed in gesso. So the big difference between this one and the skull is on a clear prime aluminium panel, and this one's on a gesso prime. So this one automatically is going to look more matte, and the other one is going to look more glossy and reflective. And I thought that was interesting to have them both be slightly different. But yeah, no, the store that's making these gave me one as a sample because they know I paint on aluminium, and I'm like, I will try it. Yes, thank you. Yes, I will take this and give it a good home. And I will tell you more about that store when it actually advertises that this is a product. They haven't sort of finished getting organised with pricing and things like that, but I am eventually going to put together all the clips from these live streams of these two still lives and put them together into one normal YouTube video, so all the information will be in there, I hope. Which one do I like better? Ooh. So far I am enjoying the freedom of the gessoed panel in that I don't have to wear gloves, and time and layers is less of an issue. I can just sort of paint straight on it. What I actually really like it for is I like it to replace how I use gesso boards at the moment. I use gesso boards made by Ampersand, which are a hard MDF board. I don't have one handy, with a gesso prime surface, and this felt a little bit smoother than normal gesso board and was less absorbent, which I really liked. So the paint sort of stayed where I put it. It didn't sort of sink into the board at all, which gesso boards are really well made. They're really nice, but it still does sink in a little bit, and this one it didn't. So I don't think it would replace the clear aluminium for me, but if the price is right, it could replace the gesso boards, because the gesso boards, they come from America which coming to Australia, I'm sure the price of the board is fine. It's the price of the transit that makes it so much more expensive when it gets to our end. And that's the kicker. If I can get these a lot cheaper, they are less likely to have any sort of effects from mold, mildew, humidity than the gesso boards are. The gesso boards are very well treated. I think they're heat treated against being affected by any of those, but it's still one of those things, if you have a flood, it will absorb water. This won't. So specifically for that one scenario, this one wins out. So I think I would like this one better. But again, I don't know the price of them yet, so that's going to be the kicker for sure. I also like that these are locally made, of course, so that means I don't need to worry about them coming all the way from America if my local supplier is out of stock. So, because that's often another thing that we found during COVID, is if the locals are out of stock, getting it from overseas, everything went a bit wobbly there for a bit, but we got there. Okay, now that I've got that colour down, I'm going to mix up a few mid-tones using these dark greys, and then I'm just going to go through and refine this shadow and feather it out a little bit, because it's a very sharp line at the moment. I just want it to be a little bit calmer. And then I might add a little bit of the cool coming through this side of the face and a little bit of warm coming down the light, bright parts. So I'm still looking at my model through there, and we'll just have a little finesse. So basically now I'll pick up some more of those opaque coloured paints to work into these areas, and it'll just be a little bit stronger than the transparent colour on its own. Yes, you can barely tell the difference on screen, but it looks a little bit darker to me, and it's just getting rid of some of the brush strokes from the first layer. And then I need a filbert shaped brush like you. So the filbert shaped ones like that, they're really good when you want to feather out edges because they've got that curved tip. They don't leave sharp lines, as opposed to this guy, who's my normal workhorse, will of course leave sharp lines because he's sharp on all three edges. This guy's curvy. Love a filbert. I'm just gonna gradually feather some of the edges and bits. And you know how shadows sometimes have that little double line of where light's escaping? This will let me have that a little bit as well. Where it's not like a solid line, it's like this, a darker shadow and a lighter shadow at the edge. Yeah. The other thing I liked about these gessoed aluminium panels is they'd be quite good to take to life drawing, because they're a very grab and go. With the clear primed ones, you've got to wear gloves when you initially use them, because the way they're primed in a clear allodyne coating from the chemical guy, they grab onto the first oil that they encounter, which includes the oil on your fingers. So if you fingerprint them, you leave a big smudge and it just sort of stays there. You have to paint over it, which is a pain. So they're not really easy to take to life drawing. And these gesso panels, they're super easy. They're ready to go, so I would 100% take them to life drawing if they come in small sizes. Because most of the time at life drawing, because I'm not very fast, if I'm painting, I either take paint or I take small panels, because that's more achievable in the time of the pose. Yeah. There you go. So this line down the bottom here is really sharp. So he's one of the main ones I want to calm down. So I'm just applying the paint with my workhorse brush and then going over it with my feather. And with my feather, I mean my filbert brush, which feathers the line. Blech. It's a good thing about these live streams. They make me practice how to talk. To talk about my work and what I'm actually doing. Not use made-up terms. Okay. Just a little bit gentler. You're right, that does look very Luke Skywalker-y. It really does, with the blue. That's lovely. Okay, now I'm going to use yellow ochre to have a little bit of warms. And I want to really mix it down so it's not intense. There's so much blue on my brush coming off. Alright, clean you properly. Come on. Blech. Oh. Before this, my husband and I have been watching a new show on Disney streaming called The Owl House. Has anyone else seen it? It's really cute. It's like got a lot of the voices from another cartoon series we love called Gravity Falls, which was an Alex Hirsch production. If anyone's seen those, tell me, because I want to talk about it. I'll be as non-spoilery as possible, I promise. What's it about? It's about a little girl who is meant to be going to summer camp for normalizing people, as in she's the weird kid in school and her mum's sending her to a summer camp that's meant to like make her normal. And instead she stumbles into a magical realm and meets a witch and convinces her to teach her to be a witch. So very much what young Liz would have gone for and adult Liz still goes for. And the witch has a sort of companion demon called King, who's adorable and looks like a Cubone from Pokemon, but has the voice of one of the bad guys from Gravity Falls, so that's a bit confusing. I'm giving it very slight tone, Miguel, so like I'm keeping it grey, but by putting a bit of warmth and a bit of cool into the surface, it's just going to help it come out of the surface. So I actually learned this about landscape painting, but warm colours come towards you and cool colours recede. So I want to bring a bit of that into the face rather than it being just straight grey. And I think it'll just give it a bit more life and a little bit more oomph. Yeah, so we're going for oomph. And yes, Gravity Falls is amazing and I'm obsessed with it and we love it. And there's a reason that our dog is named Dipper, even though she's a girl. Dipper was just the perfect name. She's our little Dipper. So here I'm just going over some of the lights that I want to bring forward a bit more. But again, this is a semi-transparent white that I've mixed some yellow into, so it's sort of playing with what's already there. And just bringing it forward is the hope. Yes, oomph! Lots of oomph! Hashtag oomph. Okay, let's just bringing it forward a little bit. And I'll do the same thing with the skull, just to give it, again, oomph, to bring it forward and back, but I'll leave it that sort of bone colour. That's a hard thing. When you sort of talk values, which are just dark and light, you don't have to have, like, intense colour. You can have barely any colour, but it still matters what temperatures you're using to get the effect you want. So yeah, this is already sort of, see how much glowier his head is now? I don't want his whole head to be glowy, but like bringing forward those hits of light, it'll just reinforce everything a bit. It does a bit, yeah. Anytime you put a colour next to another, they'll have a relationship. Sorry, the question was, does the blue on the outside bring out the blue in the greys? Absolutely. So by putting one temperature next to another, it'll sort of affect it. And that's what I was saying before about with the background colour. I couldn't avoid putting in the background colour anymore because it's going to affect how I do these colours now. So just on the edge of the face, I want it to be a bit cooler. So I'm just going to bring in a little bit. Should be doing this with the velvet, not with this brush, but... yeah. And it's kind of part of that, your brain making up the things, so your brain doesn't look at all the things, it sort of makes up part of it. And if you have certain colours next to others, your brain will sort of fill in the gaps. Yes, my head is full of shit. Yes, Cal. Yes. You said it in a beautiful way, that the intuitiveness, there is a mess of knowledge you've accumulated, but yes, my head is full of shit. And this is kind of part of it, because people ask me if I teach and things like that, and I'm like, I don't know how to teach. I just have stuff in my head. So just sitting here and chatting with you guys is really nice, because now I get to talk about this stuff out loud and practice talking about it, and you tell me if it makes sense or not. If it doesn't make sense, then I've got to figure out another way to word it. There we go. I was just evening out some of the tone there. See, now I brought in some blue into the face and that's way too blue, so let's calm that down. Way too blue. No, you have to tell me what words don't make sense. You can ask me anything. You can ask me how dog training is going. Not great, because dog training has been closed. You can ask me which Star Wars movie I think is the best. Return of the Jedi. That was always my favourite. I just like talking with friends. It's nice. So thank you for joining me. To be fair, you guys can talk about like science and genetics, and I can pick up bits. I learnt about fish at Monash. And their dominant alleles. Yeah, fish words. Dominant alleles. Yeah, no worries. There we go. So that's a bit of the cool coming through in the shadows there at the bottom of the face. And it's still all transparent, so it's still conforming to what's there, but if I darken any bits too much, I can come back in with my warm light and bring it back up. What you been playing? I've been playing Pokemon Snap still. So much Pokemon Snap. Actually, I haven't played in a couple of days. Because I'm at that point where I'm just sort of going through the suggestions, like the achievements, and trying to get the shots that they're talking about. And some of them, I swear, I've gotten the photo like 5 times, and it's never counted, and I'm like, why? And I'll admit, I'm at that point now where I'm like looking it up online how to get it, and I'm still just like, sometimes I swear I've gotten that photo of the flying tallow. 100. Oh no, wait, I did finish that one. I got the flying tallow. What's the one I want? I want the tallow and the wormpool in that first level doing their thing. Still haven't got that yet. Not officially. I swear I've photographed it 20 times, but I haven't got it officially. It's probably just because you don't do it with your hands, Jess. You know when you hear about something all the time, but if you don't do it with your hands, you haven't done it in context. And I think that's the thing when it comes to like me hearing about the genetic stuff from you guys. I never sit down and do the context of sciencey stuff. So I can only go so far with the understanding of it. So I was talking about Pokemon Snap. That's the game I've been playing. on the Switch. It is great. I feel like that's too blue now. More grey. Grey. Yeah. I know I heard something about Mario Party Superstar or that coming out. Did you see that, Mix? That looked exciting. Yes, more Pokemon. Hey, I'm not even that much of a completionist. Most of my friends are way worse completionists than I am. Kelly. I love you. But yeah, no, just this game, because I'm at that point now. I want the satisfaction of getting the achievements. Yeah, so I think that's more the problem. Like, I still need to go back and finish Pokemon Shield, because I only did 3/4 of it. I don't know if I'd go for this new Pokemon game done by a different studio. That one looks a bit odd, but yeah. And what's the other one? They're bringing out Pearl and Sapphire. Redone? Not sure. In your world, there's 152 Pokemon, the end. Yeah, but that's because you're a completionist. Like, could you handle not being able to catch them all in the other games where there's so many more? You never got them all in the first one! Oh, it's totally possible. Like, as long as you have a trade cable, you can. That was the best part about us being three sisters, is that we had trade cables and could do all that sort of stuff. Pokemon really was a great game for me and my sisters growing up. Because we could play it separately or together, which is ideal when sometimes you want to hang out with your sisters and sometimes you don't. Yeah, the new Mario Party thing is some sort of compilation or something. There's a Mario Party open world? Or the Pokemon open world? There's a new Pokemon open world one, for sure, coming out. That was the one made by a different studio. I'm not sure about that one. That's the one about fancy legendaries or something. I've really got to watch the announcement videos again, because I keep getting little bits of news when I wake up. And I flip through my phone, and then I'm not reading the full information about anything. You're such a clefty chin. Left. To see how his chin now has so much more volume, I feel like it's really sort of got that dynamic back and forth to it. That's what I want across the whole painting. So I'm approximately working from the bottom to the top. You never got the whole 150. Oh, that's so disappointing if your game glitched in the final 4 fights. Oh, Cal, that's a game killer, that is. That's a mood killer. The only problem with this point in the painting, when suddenly you've got more volume on one area, all the other areas look wrong, but you just gotta stick with the formula and keep going. Because if you look at the painting as a whole at the moment, it doesn't make sense. And it all looks off balance. I wanted the shadow to be darker. You need a new game. Chat, what's a good new game for Kelly to try? You game mostly on Steam nowadays, don't you, Kel? She's been playing Monkey Treasure Island lately. You've been playing that strategy game, Castles? something? What have you been playing lately, Kel? What can we recommend to you? You don't have a Switch, do you? I don't think. PC gamers for the win. Yes, lately. What do you want your next game to be? What are you in the mood for? There we go. See how that second bit of shadow just needed to be a bit darker? Much better. Not too dark, but a bit. You can just push around the glaze completely. So if I didn't like this blue, I could just scrub it away. See? Easy. Best thing about oil paint, it just stays nice and wet and you can just move it around. Keep manipulating it until it's where you want it. You just cover it up again. Oh, you have the Switch Lite! That's right! Yay! 2048. Division 2. What do you use Game Pass for? Mostly Mix? By the way, everyone needs to look up Miguel Co on Instagram. Absolutely amazing work. Especially if there's any Legend of Zelda fans in the chat. Oh, there's some beautiful work on the Instagram at the moment. Very much worth checking it out. Oh, that's what Game Pass is, like 200 games for $15 a month. Ooh. That would give you a lot to try, Cal. If you're not sure what you want to play. I like on-rail shooters, but I don't like ones where you have to move your legs for yourself. I think that's why I like Pokemon Snap, because it's on rails. And you can just replay levels as many times as you want. There's no risk involved. Very chill. There we go. This shadow's getting there. It's getting to where I want it. And the edges are softer. I don't think we'll get to the gold tonight because I might need to let it dry before I add the gold. Otherwise it could pick up some of this blue and turn a bit green. But we can get everything else on with both paintings, I reckon. Rain on Your Parade. Is that a game, Jess? I thought you were going to say the Windfarers, but that's a Switch game. That's the one that I need to play. Amanda plays it. Slay the Spire, Don't Starve. I've heard of Don't Starve, although that one's got the risk involved. And Ori I've heard as well. I've played it on your Switch. Oh, it's that one! Yeah, Kel might like that one. She's good at running and jumping. Oh wait, am I thinking of Hugh? I think I'm thinking of Hugh. Rain on My Parade was fun. That was the strategy one that was like top down. Yeah, yeah, like Goose Game, but you're a raining cloud. Yeah, that one was fun. Yes, steal it from Chris Kel. Good plan, good plan. Thank you, Brianna. We're trying to give it a bit more life tonight. That's the whole idea about adding these cools and these warms, is giving it that bit more life. Thank you for joining the chat. Cozy Grove, what's sorry, we're talking about games, because we in a gaming mood. What's Cozy Grove? It sounds adorable. We put the word cozy in a game and that's already a mood. And see how that edge coming down the face now is a lot less stark? It just sort of turns. That's what we're looking at doing, that sort of turning the form. Oh, I can just see Candace just subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel if you're here, Candace. Thank you! I'm still getting over the fact that we got to 1,000 subscribers and I'm still weirded out by that, so I'm incredibly thankful for anyone who wants to come along and watch the videos and hang out. It's lovely. I'm looking at the chat instead of looking what I'm painting. Look that way. Okay. That's what I'm painting. Yeah, so it's only really subtle stuff that we're doing on this tonight. But it's just enough to give it that oomph, as we discussed earlier. Cozy Grove is kind of like an Animal Crossing light. Ooh! So without the pressure of collecting every single fish. Oh, thank you, Brianna. Thank you so much. I am still a bit of a novice when it comes to the video editing, but I'm learning a lot, which is lovely. The year and a half I've been doing this, I've learned so much. It's been awesome. Oh, absolutely. Seeing people's progression on YouTube. I know some of the big YouTubers I watch, I love going back and seeing their like first or second video or the earliest ones they've left on their channel. And just seeing how it's changed and transformed. Some people have been here for so long, like you can literally see them age and mature. And then other people, it's just completely how they've learnt editing and how they've changed why they like to do things. It's really cool. Sorted Food. No, I don't know that channel. Spiritfarer, that's the one I need to play. Yeah. Minimal running and, well, some running and jumping, but still. Spiritfarer is a cozy management game about dying. Yeah! It's adorable! I've seen sort of the end of the game from Jess and it's super cute and all the characters have so much personality and thought and design. I fell in love with the visuals. I just need more time to play games without the art guilt. Because art guilt is real, for sure. Especially now that I'm full-time. Doing art full-time, which is still scary, but also wonderful. I've definitely painted more in June than I think I have in probably 6 months. Which is a lot. Oh, makes you play Spiritfarer too. Yay! Is this the people on Sorted Food? Kel or Jess, one of you send me a link so I can add it to my watch later. My watch later list on YouTube is like my go-to. It is the best. It's like curating your own Netflix list of just, these are all the series. And I just caught up, who did I catch up on today? I caught up with Bailey Sarian, who does her makeup while talking about murders. Real life murder mysteries and stuff. Saren got me onto that, one of our mates, and I caught up with Ask a Mortician today, Caitlin Doty. I love her channel. So a little bit deathy today. That was my watching today. Yeah, I think I've got my watch list. At the worst, I had it at about 700 videos, and I think now it's back to about 250 videos. So, you know, not bad, not shabby. Because sometimes YouTube just recommends all the good things, and I haven't got enough hours in the day, so I just chuck it all in the watch later list. Andrew's neck is way too bright. That needs to be done. What helps get me through my art guilt? Depends on the kind of art guilt, because there's the I'm not at home working on my art guilt. There's the I'm sitting here and I should be working on my art and I'm procrastinating art guilt. There's the I'm stuck because I'm waiting for 3 other things to happen before I can keep working on this piece art guilt. There's all different kinds. I think a large part of it is just reminding yourself you can only do so much in so much time. Because that's it, like no one can be productive 24/7. And we think we can, we think we should, which is the worst part. Like you go to work and you think, oh yeah, 9 to 5 job, I should be productive from 9 to 5. And it's like, no one can be productive for that many hours straight, especially in a creative career. You need to have all those breaks, and you need to have communication with others, and you need to have variety. Humans are complicated houseplants. You need water, you need sunlight, you need it all. And so, yeah. With art guilt, sometimes it's a matter of me asking myself if there's little things I can do while I'm doing other things. So like last night, Dipper, our dog, was having a really hard time with teething, and all she wanted was for me to sit on the couch. So my husband Jack was really nice and lent me his laptop so I could put some YouTube subtitles on some of my videos while she was sitting on my lap on the couch. So that was a nice compromise in between where I felt like I was being productive. I wasn't painting, but at least I felt like I was doing something enough that I could give her what she wanted. Other times it's, yeah, if I have a really productive morning and then my husband has a half day or something, I give myself permission to have a half day as well. It's like, look, I've had a productive morning. Yes, I could keep riding this wave, but honestly, if I'd rather refill my social battery with him, sometimes you give yourself permission to do that. Yeah, I think that'd be my main thing with art guilt, is find the times to give yourself permission to not art, rather than always feel like you should always art. Because we do have successful days as well as unsuccessful days, and you gotta listen to those a little bit. You just let YouTube curate you now? Yeah, that's fair. If you can get your algorithm really good, that it knows what you like, that's fine. I unfortunately watched like 5 making soap videos, so now YouTube thinks I'm obsessed with making soap, when really I just want that 5 seconds at the end of the video where they reveal the soap. So I've got to reprogram it a little bit. Girlfriend Reviews is amazing. Yes, absolutely. 100% love all their videos. Even if it's a game I would never play, I still watch the Girlfriend Reviews about it. The God of War Girlfriend Review is amazing, as is the game. I love Girlfriend Reviews. Who else do I like? I like all Matt Pat's channels. Food Theory, Game Theory, Film Theory? Game Theory. Food Theory, yeah. They're the 3. I really want him to do Art Theory as the 4th channel, but I doubt he will. But Art Theory would be great, because art can sort of be broad enough where he could do like Egyptian mysteries, he could do like art thefts, he could do impersonation things, or people impersonating art, and like you could really have art be so incredibly broad. Art could also cover film, it could also cover games, it could also cover murder mysteries in a lot of cases and things like that. Like art just is broad. So, Art Theory. Matt Pat, if you're watching, make Art Theory a thing. That'd be great. I'd watch it. Because they keep talking, their logo's got 4 parts to it. So because they've got 3 channels, they all take up 3 slots in the logo. So what's the last slot in the logo? I'm like, it should just be theory. Or at the very least, mystery theory. Anything that's a mystery. Because yeah, I definitely think this whole murder mystery podcasts, YouTube channels, all that sort of thing is a huge wave at the moment. Like Bailey Sarian, I don't know why watching her do her makeup while she's telling the story totally works, but it does. And I think it's honestly, it's because she looks like she's being productive. And she's got that sort of personality where it feels like you're just sitting in a room chatting with her, just gossiping. Like when I was a kid and I was obsessed with ghost stories and I had all these like ghost books, it feels like we're just sitting there talking about one of the ghost books theories, like talking about the Mary Celeste, or sitting there and talking about, I don't know, Elizabeth Bathory or one of those things. So yeah, she's one of the more recent ones I've got into. Who else do I like? Kelsey Dangerous, who used to be on BuzzFeed. She does the Sims challenge videos. I do like her. I just wish sometimes she sort of rushes through the videos because she's got a schedule to meet or things like that, and you can tell, and you're just like, sit back, relax, enjoy the game, Kelsey, stop rushing. Just let yourself enjoy the game. Yeah. Excuse me, my caffeine. Although, if anyone ever feels like donating caffeine, I have a caffeine account. My Ko-fi account. You can send me a caffeine and keep me powered for the next stream. I'm incredibly thankful. I think this one is still technically sponsored by Yik. So thank you, Yik, because he sponsored a couple of caffeines in a row. So I think this is my last caffeine from Yik. So thank you. Yeah. So I'm hoping you guys can see what I can see, which is sort of this side of the face is developing a lot more. I've got to bring a lot more of these darks into the nose area, but it's slowly pulling forward. So I've definitely sort of covered this bit down here. I've got to work my way through this top lip. Thank you. We've really got to darken this eyebrow. This eyebrow is way too bright. See how this eyebrow is almost brighter than that one? That's bad. The caffeine details, I'll pop them up on screen again. You've already given me caffeine, Jay, you don't have to. But it's just the Ko-fi.com, ko-fi.com, Liz Gridley artist. And yes, it is an artist addiction, but it keeps me functional. Yay. Keeps me painting. I don't know, I felt weird putting up a PayPal link or something, so I'm like, Ko-fi works. And then you guys get to see the benefit of my caffeine addiction, which is art production. I think my current goal is just keep producing videos fortnightly, and I've actually done weekly videos for the past 3 weeks. Since I've gone full-time, I've had a little bit more time, so I might keep trying. Oh, I'm going to skip this weekend, I think, because we've got stuff on, but from next week I'll just do weekly videos if I can, and if I can't, then I'll stick with fortnightly. But definitely the live streams each week. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep going with the Wednesday mornings or shift it to a different morning, but definitely like the idea of still doing a morning stream one week and then doing an evening stream the next week, because I know everyone has different schedules. There we go, that nose is much stronger now. It's definitely still going off on a whomp, but that's his nose, so that's fine. I want to be truthful to the Hamill nose. Anyone else have any good tips for art guilt? You know, when you feel guilty for not doing the productive thing or the thing you're meant to be doing, and being social or having fun playing games or things like that instead. Because even though not everyone's an artist, I know everyone has a version of this where they feel like they should do the shoulds instead of the wants. I think that's it. The shoulds in general is a hard thing to manage sometimes. The little things actually get you to the shoulds. Like doing little things like washing the dishes and that kind of thing. I actually don't mind the little jobs as much as I used to. I don't know, it depends on if they pile up. If you get a whole bunch of little jobs and they pile up, they feel a lot worse to me than if I'm just doing like, oh, I'll put the laundry on and then I'll go have lunch and then, oh, I'll go hang the laundry out and, oh, well, I'm waiting for this, I'll put the dishwasher on. I like doing little jobs in between stuff so they don't pile up. B. Like doing little bundles. Oh, that's another good YouTuber I like, is Struthless. He's an Australian YouTuber who does like motivational stuff. And he's just so bonza. Like any of the Australians in the chat will probably know what I mean when I say bonza. He's just so like normal, Australian, chill, straight to the point, blunt. I really enjoy his stuff. It's good when you find a motivational person who's actually motivational. Like, their motivational works for you. His works for me, which is good. Oh, you do outside runs. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to feel productive. If you have like 3 things you have to do outside the house and you knock off all 3 in one run, that makes you feel so good. Because you just like, I achieved the thing. I could come home and do whatever because I went outside to the real world and I did the thing. All of my colours are now getting a lot softer on this layer, which I really like. They're not so stark. Like this little neck area looks like really soft and gentle, which I really enjoy. Struthless. So S, I'm going to write it in the chat. I wonder why the mic went off. That was weird. What did I like? Maybe it was when I was typing. Maybe it killed the mic somehow. Weird. Oh well. We're still here. We're getting there with this guy. Where was I up to? Lips. Sorry, the book I was holding up was Lillian Aiken, a Henkin, who is known as Flex Mummy on Instagram. She is a Australian influencer, celebrity, motivational speaker, DJ, bit of everything. Amazing woman, basically. Hashtag amazing woman. She wrote a book on how to define success for yourself and how to figure out what success is before you try and be successful, and then sort of how to live that life. And I don't know, I find everything that she does is just insanely awesome, and she's got this awesome aura around her of just fuck yeah, which I really like. So I bought her book so I can go through that for myself as well. It's called The Success Experiment. I'll hold it up again. That's that one, or that one. And this only just came out like a few weeks ago, so I got the pre-order signed copy. Love getting signed copies. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, like, I have a lot, is there's so many different ways to be successful as an artist, and it's easy to feel overwhelmed because you're not hitting all of them, which is impossible, and no one's going to hit all of them. But even when you are successful as an artist, it's easy to call yourself not successful because you haven't hit this other target. And I don't know what kind of success I want particularly at the moment. I'll make goals and things like that, and like one of my big goals for this year has unfortunately been postponed because I can't meet up with this person I was going to paint because of all the lockdowns and everything, so that sucks. So I'm sort of in this point where I really want to figure out, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, what would I see success as? What would I see being success? And like, I do have goals still. Like, one of them is monetizing my YouTube channel. I would absolutely love to hit that goal and get to the point where YouTube isn't as much a hobby as it's just part of my practice. So it's not my full-time job, because my painting is my full-time job, but it's part of my regular practice. Things like this, things like doing a YouTube live stream, just being part of my regular week every week, and that's part of my success metric. Not even every week, but like as often as I can. That's reasonable, and figuring out what reasonable is would be a really good one, I think. And yeah, I'm still a ways off monetizing. We've hit one of the requirements, which is 1,000 subscribers, so yay, thank you. That's all amazing. The other one is watch time, which is basically how many hours people watch your videos for and that sort of thing. And I just haven't hit that one, mostly because I don't think I have enough videos and just time. That one just takes time. So doing live streams, doing more videos that will speak to more people, that sort of stuff will all help me with that. And yeah, thank you so much to anyone who watches my videos, because that all helps me a lot too. Thank you. And one day, yeah, if we can monetize the channel, that'll be part of my income and it'll be part of my normal practice. Just completely normal. I just chucked in some really big highlights, so sorry if they look really stark. I was just sort of testing them, because I was putting in so many shadows that I sort of went, ooh, where are my lights? So these are two of the brightest parts of the face. And if I have them in, that'll just help me stay in the realm of where I want to be. Yeah, I went a little bit too green on the lip. I just want to fix that a little bit, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Brushes do I recommend? Most of the time I just recommend these guys. They're sort of cheap white Taklon brushes. So this one, it's just the Art Basics brand, which is a budget basic brand here in Australia. And the bristles are white when you first buy them. They're just made of nylon. That guy, he's a fresh brush. These guys are about $3 a brush, and I just buy a handful every now and then. because they do wear out, especially in the terps when I'm cleaning up. So I only use terps at the end of the paint session to clean up. It tends to eat away at the bristles a little bit. But they do the majority of my paintings for me, and they're affordable and they do the job fine. So I do a lot of those. In terms of other brushes I've got, this one's actually a red sable, which they're expensive. They're not cheap. And I normally wouldn't buy a more expensive brush, but I wanted this shorter filbert shape, and this was the only one I could find that had that shape. Most synthetic filberts are a lot longer, like this guy. I know this is a bigger one, but see how long the bristles are? The longer your bristles are, the more movement they have, and the more they flip and flop, the less control you have. So I really like this smaller size because I have a lot more control while still having that nice soft edge, as opposed to this guy who flips and flops around, which is great when you're pushing paint, like I was in the background, but less so when I want things to be really nice and controlled and finesse, like here on the face. So if I could find a synthetic that did the short filbert, I would probably invest in that. The only company I really want to try that I haven't tried is, that I know about, is Rosemary's brushes. They're an American-made brush, and everyone raves about them. I know anyone who's used them is still using them, and I got their catalogue, and there's so many brushes in it. There's like hundreds of brushes in it, all different kinds, and I'm just like too overwhelmed to figure out which ones I want to order. I will one day. That'll be something that if I win an art prize or something like that, I'll give myself permission to try Rosemary's brushes. Just because, yeah, everyone says, oh, I love their brushes, and it's like, but which ones did you buy? Which ones did you love? Did you love the hog hairs or the Taclons or this synthetic? There's like 20 different kinds of synthetics. Yeah, brushes can be very overwhelming, and that's where I'm like, shapes are important. Try all the different shapes if you can, because all the different shapes will do different jobs. Rather than trying every fibre straight away. That fibres also do different jobs. It's mostly about absorbency and strength. So some bristles, like the red sable, are much more absorbent, and then ones like hog bristle or some synthetics, and then some are really soft. Red sable's very soft, Taclon's very soft, and then hog bristle and that are much more robust and strong. And your strong ones are for pushing the paint, your soft ones are for finessing the paint. So this one, if I want to really push the paint, it doesn't really push that well. It just sort of drags and then flops over. But it finesses the paint very well. So, yeah, I'd say with the cheap Teflon ones, so the ones just made of straight nylon, nothing else, 100% nylon, get one of each shape in sort of a medium size, and just figure out the shapes. Take your time to sort of figure out what do all the shapes do, and then from there find your favorites. Because I didn't like filberts for ages because I thought they were dumb, until I finally gave them a good go and went, oh, they give you soft edges. Well, that would have saved me a lot of time on all these paintings where I use straight brushes to do soft edges. The only brushes I don't use a lot of now are probably rounds, just the standard rounds. I only really use them for detail. And that's again because a lot of them have longer filaments. They flop over very easily, and I don't like flopping over. If they were like that tall, I'd probably use them a bit more because I'd have more control over the tip. And you can buy short tip ones, I just haven't bothered. Rounds also don't carry as much paint because they don't have as much bristles, and so you have to do more paint strokes. So anytime I can use a slightly wider brush, they carry a lot more paint, and they'll get my job done faster. That's why a lot of people say the whole use a bigger brush for as long as you can thing, and that's they push a lot more paint, so your painting goes places faster. Starting to feel like I'm putting makeup on him because part of his face is grey and part of his face has got some colour and temperature to it. That's what it feels like. That's a bit better. Coming too harsh off the edge of the mouth, so I've just made it a bit more subtle. Melody, can I ask what sort of brands of oil paint do you guys have access to over in the United States? Is Bob Ross paints a huge deal over there, or is it just a international thing? People kept coming into the art shop that I work at and asking for the Bob Ross paints, and I'm like, they're pretty much the same as every other paint. They just have pre-mixed liquid white, which you can mix yourself very easily. I don't know. I think internationals make them seem like a lot bigger of a deal than they are, but I'm not sure. So that's why I wanted to ask. Yeah, see, Bob Ross isn't available at any of your local art shops. The only place I've ever found it is on Amazon. And I'm like, Amazon's shipping costs to Australia, the American Amazon, is ridiculous, so 100% not worth it. I don't know. Not worth it unless you, like, are desperate for something and there's nowhere else you can find it, which admittedly Amazon has a lot of stuff like that, but oh boy. The amount of people who come in and ask us for Bob Ross paints. I'm like, buy any of these other brands. We have so many brands. I think we have 11 brands of oil paint in our store. Winsor Newton, Gamblin. Ooh, Artist Loft and Master's Touch I haven't heard of before. That's cool. Gamblin's great. I love Gamblin. We have those. And yeah, Winsor and Newton are good. I just don't like how expensive they are in Australia. Yeah, the Prime account makes everything worth it, doesn't it? I have not committed. I think that's the catch, is if you have the Prime account, then it's worth buying everything on Amazon, isn't it? I'm sorry I keep messing with this chin. It's just a very complex chin. And I keep finding it's not right. I'm not going to abuse Tofu's Prime account. But thank you for the offer, I think. I don't know if Tofu knows about that offer. Oh, which brand? Art Spectrum? That one? That one's made here in Australia, Melody, so I'm not surprised you haven't seen that one before. Which is the other Australian one I've got? Language. I haven't gotten a language one here. I've got some Williamsburg at the moment. That one's a new tube I just bought today. That one's American. Language handy? Yeah, that one. This is the other Australian brand, Language. They are fab. Oh, hi Tofu. I should have recognized from the picture. Hi. Well, in that case, thank you for the offer. But I'm good for now. Yeah. Yeah, no, Art Spectrum and language. I think both of them are available overseas through Jackson's, which is the British distributor. They're huge. They're like Blick, basically. So if you wanted to try them, you could try them through there, but they're very comparable to Winsor & Newton. So I would say very, very similar in a lot of ways. Language is probably a little bit different in that they have much more contemporary colours than... It is Mealy! I was wondering, Amelia, if you were Mealy. Yay! Guys, these are some of my Twitch stream friends. Yay. Stream friends can come over to YouTube. I'm sorry for making you jump platform. I have had a lot of people ask me why I'm not streaming on Twitch, and it's mainly because, yeah, I really want to eventually monetize my YouTube channel, and because of that, we need to do all the hours over here on YouTube, so yeah, it is nice and calm here. It's probably because we're not fighting with emotes and alerts like we do over on Twitch. Yeah, all the friends together. I like it. I like it a lot. And chatting art. Here we go. I think I've given him a little bit of a smirk, which I kind of like. He looks a little bit less sad now. Which, granted, the smirk is there. I've just oomphed it. I don't know if I'll ever make a living wage from YouTube, but if I can make part of my wage in YouTube, that would be great. And that's the idea, is if I can get to monetizing, then it will be one piece of the pie of how I make my income as an artist. So that's the goal, basically. I've only been doing it 1.5 years, so I know some people it takes them 3 or 4 years to get monetized, but I've got the goals, so we can only try. Yeah, no, some of my friends who are monetized, they got monetized before the rules changed, because it used to just be like 4,000 views or something, and that was much easier to get. He does have a smoke in real life, yeah. And that's the thing, the more and more artists I speak to, and sort of, especially full-time artists, asking them how they make their wage, asking them how they balance work life, is they pretty much say you've got to make your money in many different little ways, and all those different little ways sort of add together. Like a lot of artists I know do prints regularly, or they do merchandise or products. I've got some friends who do some amazing metal pins. Go look at Oh Jessica on Instagram. She's amazing. Go look at Fallen Into Fantasies, a jeweler I know. Go look at Fausto, who's F8 STO. He does a bit of everything. Go look at Jay, which is JK_Inc. He does amazing cartooning and he sells prints. Yeah, I know a wonderful creative network who do all sorts of things. One who is my absolute mentor, friend, peer, buddy is Cat Art Illustrations here on YouTube. She's been a YouTuber for quite a while, and yeah, she inspired me and pushed me to finally start making videos, and she is amazing. She's got a huge following and everything, and I greatly respect everything that she does and that she pushes me and I push her back, so you know, lots of pushing going on between friends. She's wonderful. It's hard not to, Melody. Everyone's so cool. Everyone's so talented and amazing, and just I love seeing what everyone does, and yeah, it's amazing to be part of a network of cool people. Be it Twitch people, real life people, art people, you know, live stream people here. I am a pusher, Kel. I push you all the time. It's easy, you're small. Oh, I'm not this mean, I promise. I'm nice. Hell, I'm trying to be nice. Okay, you can push me back. There is a running joke that I have too many short friends because I am weirdly tall. I'm like pretty much 6 foot. I used to always say I was 5'11", but I'm like kind of 6 foot. So yeah, a lot of my friends come up to my boobs, because they are normal female heights or standard short. But that doesn't really affect anything. It just means I get punched in the ribs. You're not all weirdly short. There's more of you than there is of me, so you guys could create an army. Oh, gentle giant. Yeah, like a Great Dane puppy. I just don't know what to do with all my limbs. I wasn't making short jokes, I was making short references. It's totally different, Jess. Totally different. Alright, I want to sort out this lip, it's too bright. Yeah. Sorry guys, I thought he was going to be fast. I probably should have started on the skull. He probably would have been faster than Mark. Because now I'm worried about likeness. I want to make sure the likeness stays really strong. Which it will because I've got the underpainting layer, but if I overdo it on the darks and the lights, sometimes you can skew things. Like how before I'd skewed the chin to be too dark, so this is where I've sort of been spending time finessing it to make sure it's not so much that he looks like he's got a giant chin. Yeah. I have to make short jokes. All other jokes fly overhead. Your husband's 6'8". Wow. Melody, he can reach everything. He can reach the universe. Wow. That's awesome. Do you do what my mum does and make sure you take him to the grocery store so you can reach all the tall things? Because my mum only comes up to here on me. All my height's from my dad. I'm about the same height as my dad. And yeah, mum will specifically take me shopping so I can reach the things for her. As I probably should. I should be nice to my mum. My mum's great. I swear she's shrinking though. I've reached that point where I've noticed my parents shrinking. Oh, he hits his hands in ceiling fans. Oh! Oh, the poor dear. Oh, that's an injury I never want to get. I've definitely flipped my hair and my hair's hit the ceiling fan because my hair, like, goes way up when it goes straight. Here's a Disney giant. Yeah! Just darkening this side of the face a little bit. It was a bit too bright. Yeah, that's a bit better. I do wonder how we're going to refer to this sort of 2020, 2021 period for the rest of our lives. Like, are we just going to call it COVID times? Or are we going to call it the weirdness? Or are we going to call it the Great Depression of the 2000s? Or what? Because it's definitely an era of weirdness. And I feel like that's the sort of thing you need a good name for. The Great Lockdown. the many lockdowns though. It's more of a collection of lockdowns than it is one big one. Although, yeah, if you're talking like internationally, we've been locked down since March last year. Pretty much. That's the thing I find weird, is how much of the world is already traveling and moving around, and it's like, we're locked in. The Great Isolation, that's a good one for a giant island for Australia. The Great Isolation. The yo-yo of lockdown almost sounds like a drug. You want some yo-yo? Might have to go into this later and just finesse it with a smaller brush in the lips. There's just so much going on. I'll get the general stuff in. Jingle jangle. There's a bit. Everything's completely open now. You guys have been quite good with the vaccination stuff by the sounds of it. Our vaccination rollout's been an absolute fuck up. It's ridiculous. And that's the weird thing, like, because the vaccination rate's bad, even when we have been opened up, it still feels like we're imminently going to be locked down again, which ended up happening just, like, a few weeks ago. Because, like, here in Melbourne, in Australia, every time there's a new infection start, mainly from people returning from overseas, not that a lot of people are allowed to at the moment, but those who can, yeah, we all get locked down again. It's this weird repeating cycle of anxiety. That's awesome. Good work, vaccinated people. I would be loved to be vaccinated. That would be great, but I don't qualify for vaccination yet because it's been such a F up. Yeah. It's rolling out incredibly slowly. Yeah. And that's the thing, like, we're lucky that we don't have a lot of infections, and that's why we're not being prioritized for vaccines, but at the same time, we're living perpetual anxiety about being locked down every 5 minutes. So it's like this. We've got good physical health, and that's great. But our mental health, that's another question. That's another story. I don't know. I am glad some people in my life have been vaccinated. Some of the people who really needed to be at the front of that queue have been vaccinated, and that's great. And more people are getting vaccinated every day. I'm just, I don't know, cynical and annoyed that it's been such a jump. Ooh, I stuffed up that bit. Hold on. The wonders of, you paint too much in one area, just clean off your brush. And you just pull it back a bit. It's better. You've been trying to get one for over 3 weeks. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Have you just been doing the, like, cold call, going in and seeing if they've got any spare? I know a lot of people have been doing that. That's looking a bit more unified. We're getting there. unemployment. Oh, no worries, Kel. Thank you so much for coming. Say hi to the pup for me. And definitely have some sleep. Enjoy. I'll see you next time. Yeah, news about unemployment everywhere is terrifying. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Melody. Do I get intimidated by any artists? All the time. I definitely think the internet is that catch-22 where sometimes I'm like, I don't like it because I see what other people are doing and it just makes me think all the bad things about what I'm doing. But then in a lot of other ways, I get to see how a lot of other artists do things because of things like time-lapse videos and YouTube and things like that. So I feel like I've learned more than I have in the rest of my entire life since like the last 5 to 10 years because of the internet and because of being so accessible to other artists being accessible to me and me accessible to them. Like, do any of you know Proco.com? Proco is an art YouTuber who has his own sort of website that has educational courses and how to draw courses and anatomy and all that sort of stuff. And he's just relaunched his online website, so it's got all new courses and new teachers and all this sort of stuff. And part of that was Cornelia Henez, who's an amazing oil painter. She's one of their instructors and she did an AMA and I was able to ask her a question and she looked at my work and I was like, whoa, here's this big artist giving me direct advice about my stuff. It's not so much that I'm intimidated, it's more that I'm learning and incredibly grateful that I get to not only see and respect her work, but have her directly comment on mine is just friggin' cool. I definitely get intimidated when it comes to things like competitions, but a big piece of advice that sort of, I don't know if it was so much advice or just learned logic, was when you're in an art competition, it's not you versus other artists. It's never you versus other artists. It is all of the artists versus the judge. And the reason it's that is because you are not pitted against other artists. Nothing you do affects the other artists. Nothing the other artist does should affect you, because you're not the one looking at all the work together. The only person who's looking at the work and comparing them is the judge, whoever's doing the choosing for the art show. And so it's them who are the ones who do comparison, and they are the only ones you should worry about. And when I say worry about, I mean you don't really need to worry about it, but it can be helpful sometimes to look at who's judging a competition. If they love the sort of stuff that you do, enter that competition, because holy heck, why wouldn't you? Art's subjective and sometimes you can get hints. One of my favourite artists, who's a figurative artist here in Australia, is judging an art competition in New South Wales. And I made sure to enter it because I'm just like, regardless of what happens in the competition, I know that she has seen my work. And that's something that if I get to meet her down the track at like one of her exhibitions or something like that, I can say, you have seen my work. I will know that she probably wouldn't remember it, but that doesn't matter. Either way, I've already made that connection and that's something that can build. And I've given myself that opportunity. And if I was intimidated by the other artists entering that competition just because there's big names and it's one of the bigger Australian competitions, which can be scary, I would lose that opportunity, and I don't want to get in my own way. I'm very good at getting in my own way, but I'm trying to fight against that at the moment. That's one of the things I'm trying to fight, is being the reason I don't do things, is talking myself out of stuff, and I'm trying to stop that. So yeah, like, long-winded answer, my apologies. But I try not to be intimidated by other artists because I think it's only a way to limit yourself, and ultimately what other artists are doing is irrelevant to what you're doing. If anything, they can be inspiring, for sure. They can show you versions of success that you might want to strive towards, but it's your decision. You get to decide how other artists affect you in a way, and if they affect you in a way that surprises you and makes you feel weird or intimidated, you can ask yourself why. Is it because they're working in a way that you want to work? Are they achieving things that you want to achieve? You can ask yourself those questions. Sorry if it was a long-winded answer, Jay. That was a bit, my mind went a bit all over the place, but yeah. I'm a bit fixated on art competitions at the moment, I apologise, but that's because I'm entering a few at the moment, so that's where my brain's at. Oh, that's getting so much better. I feel like I've been fighting this, but we're getting somewhere for sure. It's that push and pull of oil painting, is you've got to sort of push it one way and then pull it the other way, and then once you've done both, it makes sense. But if you try and judge it halfway through, it doesn't make sense, because you need to trust the process. Okay. Sorry about the jiggle there, and just lining up my other camera again. How do I find out about all the art competitions? Mainly the internet. There's a couple of sites, like Art Hub is one that's sort of, or is it Arts Hub? I think it's Arts Hub with an S. That's a big Australian one that just sort of tells you everything that's going on in art in Australia. They tell you about job openings, they tell you about grants, they tell you about a little bit of everything. They do have paid memberships as well, but I find their emails, at least if they sort of say the basics, like, oh, this competition's opening up, and then you click through and it's like, oh, you have to pay to see the article. It's, well, screw you, I'll just go Google the people running the art competition, then all the information's for free on their website. So yeah, I use that one a little bit strategically. Instagram, more and more of the art competitions are actually using Instagram advertising, which is interesting. So I'm getting like banner ads and that sort of thing for the actual art competitions. So if I find one that I like, I sort of open the link, send it, email it to myself, so I can have a look at the terms and conditions next time I'm on the computer. Galleries that I follow, I tend to follow, if I like one of the art prizes that a gallery does, I tend to follow them on Instagram or on socials, and then the next year, when that prize comes up again, they'll normally advertise it. One that I haven't entered that I want to is Lethbridge Gallery up in Queensland. They do a still life prize, a small scale art prize, and a landscape art prize, and I haven't entered any of theirs, but I would like to. Sometimes I do just see ones that other artists I like have entered, and I'm like, oh, that might be up my alley as well, because we do like figurative work, we both do figurative work, or we both do a certain style of work that prize caters to. There's quite a lot of drawing prizes I've noticed lately, like not painting but specifically drawing, and so it makes me want to kind of get out my pastels and do some drawing. I haven't quite got there yet, but I wouldn't mind entering a drawing prize or two, because I do tend to prioritise paint, but I love drawing as well. And I think prizes are just really good goals, and they look good on your CV. It makes you look like you've been doing stuff if you get into one or two, even as a finalist. It is annoying that they mostly cost money to enter. So I do have to budget for what I enter. The Beautiful Bizarre Art Prize is one that I really like entering. That one's an American prize. But I love that one because you don't have to actually send the work. It's all done digitally. But it does cost like $50, $60 USD to enter, which is ouch. Worth it though, because it's amazing work and it's the sort of style that I like. It's a lot of figurative stuff, a lot of bit weird stuff. Oh, hi Jazz! How are you? We're just talking art prizes and all artists and junk. Jazz, guess what opened near my house? We've got one of those pretzel places, the bright pink pretzel places, right near my house. Like that one we went to in Melbourne. I've had 2 pretzels since it opened. And I almost had 3, except it was heinously busy when we went down the other day. So we didn't get a pretzel that day. Admittedly, it's not as cute as the city store. It looks like a big pink shipping container in the middle of Knox. Which is cute, but not as cute as the one in the city with the neon lights and stuff. And it was very noisy inside this one, so that was also not great. My mouth has become shorter. Why is my mouth shorter? That's why. My shadow moved. Oh. Yes, Jess, the pretzel place has opened at Knox. Pretzels! They're freshly made, which is just awesome. They make them like... They have the dough there on the spot and then they put them in the oven after you order. And they are delicious. So yes, we should get pretzels. Just saying. They're on Uber Eats. And I think Menulog? Or at least they were trying to be on Menulog. They weren't successfully on Menulog the other day when I looked. Yes, I do still have to come back into the city to the one there. So it's the 25 kilometers is lifted now, isn't it? Or tonight it lifts. So I'll be allowed to go further afield now, which is nice. Yeah. I'm almost up to the skull, I promise. I'm getting close. I'm getting close. I know it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. I've spent 2 hours playing with this one. Actually, maybe that's what we should do. I'll stop messing with this one and we'll jump across to the other one. And then I can always come back and finesse this off stream. So let's do that. So let's move this. Okay. Let's him face on. Ooh. So he's just going to chill over here for a little bit. And I will finish him off stream. Look at how much paint I just got on myself. That was not well done. This is our Skelly boy. Rather, this is specifically this Skelly boy. I had a live model for this one. Yeah. Oh no, I just painted in blue. No! Where's my tissue? Don't be blue. Stupid oil paint. I swear, I'm so good with oil paint when I'm not streaming. In terms of not getting it on myself and not getting it anywhere. Second I'm on stream, I'm just a klutz. And yes, this isn't my new desk chair. This is the one that actually has back support. Compared to the one that I used to have. Oh, my normal yellow armchair. Which I still have and I still love that armchair. But this one actually has lower back support. I bought this from that used office furniture shop in Canterbury Road. That place is great. It was like half price what Officeworks would have paid, and it looks barely used, which is great. Alright, let's get some coloured background on this guy. Same thing as before. We're just going to add some blue. Blue, 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 blue. Yeah. Now with this one, remember we were going to add more shadow. I've got my reference picture just to show you again. That's my plan. So with the other one, I'm going to add some gold through it where those yellow lines are once this layer is dried. But I need to add that big shadow off to the side. So let's do that. Shadow, 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 shadow. So I'm just adding a much darker mix next to the skull. Right from the get-go, and then I'll finesse the edge of the shadow once we've plonked it down. I actually kind of want to see the other painting while I'm doing this. Let me just rearrange. I'll be right back. Let me do the be right back screen. And we're back. Okay, so I've got it kind of... I'm just going to move you quickly, sorry for motion sick. So he's just down there, so I can sort of look at him at the same time. That's the idea. No. Sorry guys, I've got the webcam held on with a hair tie elastic. I really got to figure out a more permanent solution, but for now this works. Oop! Sorry for the motion sick. Come on. Sit where I want you to sit. There we go. Yeah. That's sort of where it was before, isn't it? Hello. How are you, Jazz? How was your day? Work was average. Boo! I'm not okay with work stressing you out. You tell them that. I'm not okay with it. Have you had some yummy dinner tonight? Make up for it? You binged the second season of Special. Yay! I'm glad that's improved your night. Yay! What's special? Besides you. I'm glad this is a good place to de-stress. I don't want this to be a stressful place for anyone. Chill vibes only and paint gossip. Oh, soba noodles. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good work, chef. The Netflix show. Cool. I'll keep an eye out for it. Can you give me the 10-word description? Jay, you're painting like me, but digitally. That's awesome. I want to see your results afterwards, maybe, if you're okay to show. That's really cool. Oh, thank you, Mealy. I'm glad. You were at Bry's just before, weren't you? Yeah. That was fun. It was hectic, but fun. Like your 10-word description of the show, special, what it's about. Yeah. It does kind of feel like the end of one of Jordan's streams, where it's like just watching a TV show together and just chilling. Or I really like watching Mayor Peachy on Twitch. She crochets and knits, and that's a really chill place. That is a nice place to be. And I just got a gift sub for there as well. Thank you, Senson. So that is really awesome that now I can use emotes and stuff that I fancy over at Mayor Peachy's stream. That's not 10 words. I'm not saying 10 words. I asked you to say 10 words about what the show special is about. I say many more words than 10 words. I am incapable of being concise. Or at least I'm not very practiced at it. Which is why I'm practicing with you guys. Guys and gals and everything in between. All the lovely people. Teaching me how to be concise by asking me questions. And letting me talk about art. Senson is such a good egg. Senson is like... I feel like she's like everyone's auntie. Or like... awesome relative. Awesome, slightly superior relative because they take care of everyone. That kind of role. Tea, heat pack, and cross stitch. Aww, that sounds lovely. Are you in one of the grey chairs? Because that would like complete. Or are you on the couch? Couch works too. Couch works. 100%. I'm really not liking this brush. It's leaving a lot of brush strokes, but that's sort of making it match the other piece a little bit more, so now I'm mixed feelings. We'll get all the colour on and then I'll finesse it. Cross stitch everywhere! Yay! Cross stitching friends! On Grandpa's chair. Okay, well that is a very comfy chair. That is very chill vibes. That's good. Yay, cross stitch. What's everyone cross stitching? Mealy, what are you cross stitching? I think Jess, are you working on the monkey? She was doing a monkey. It had no eyes yet and kind of looked like it had no soul. But I'm sure she'll give it a soul, eventually. Yeah. Yeah, baby monkey. Not every stroke. I sort of use the liquid to both clean off the brush and re-moisten it. So like, most of the time when my brush is going down, it's wiping off on my rag. So I've got a rag of denim, which is actually one of Jess's pairs of pants. Pairs of pants, because she donated me some denim to use as rags, and it's to just take off the excess paint or take off the excess medium, and reload, because I find if my brush is too slippery, it won't pick up the paint. It'll just sort of smush everything around. And when, at the moment, I'm scooping up the paint and placing it, I want it to sort of stay put. But yeah, if I want to change colour a little bit, like to a different tone of blue, a lot of the time I'll just be wiping off my brush a little bit on the rag, like that, and then I'll change colour. So it's just taking the excess off. So yeah, the liquid I haven't sort of dipped in that much for this bit because I've mostly been adding paint and I don't want it to be too slippy. Especially in this area where I want it darker, I've got to sort of place the paint quite carefully so it doesn't scrape away again. I want it to stay all nice and heavy where that new shadow is. Millie's cross-stitching a pop art piece for your friend's birthday. Wow, 5,000 stitches! That sounds very many. Block colour's fun, at least that way you don't have to change colour every 2 seconds. Oh, Josie doing a Disney character one. Oh, that's cute. That's really awesome. And Jess's monkey still has no soul. Fair enough. Oh, can you send me the nightmare fuel photo? I love that. That's great. No worries, Kylie. Especially on these aluminium boards, I find I don't need a whole bunch of liquid because the surface isn't sucking up the liquid the way that like canvas and wood often can. Anything with a lot of grain and a lot of texture, I find all the liquid of the paint sinks into all that texture and then it leaves the pigment behind, so then you need more liquid to sort of help it spread and move. Yes, Jazz, send pictures, yes! I like all the pictures of all the things. Yes. Okay, I'm liking that shadow a lot more. So it's a lot deeper and a lot further out now, and it's a little bit more similar, which is great. So now I'm dipping my brush in the liquid because I really want to get the majority of the liquid out of, or the majority of the colour, sorry, out of the brush, and I'm just really wiping it off on my rag. Might wipe it off on my actual tissues, which are more absorbent. I know some artists use just paper towel and tissues, but it just feels too wasteful to me because they only absorb so much and then you got to chuck them and you end up going through a whole pile. I find the denim, because it is such a thick fabric, it absorbs a fair bit and I can sort of use one scrap of denim for a whole painting session, let it dry out just by like sitting it on the top of my easel overnight and then use it again the next day. So... and that's a big thing to remember with your rags, is you don't want to chuck them all out wet. Because you don't want any of your mediums or terps or anything being in a confined space, because it can potentially spontaneously combust, which is not fun. And it's happened to artists in the past where they've had bundles of rags, Lucian Freud being the main example who I know. He used to leave all of his cotton rags in a corner, not even in a corner, in a pile in the middle of the floor, and it would be a pile like waist high of all these rags, and he'd just pull one out and chuck them in when he was done with them, and then just keep rotating the pile. And so any of the rags that made it to the middle of the pile or the bottom couldn't aerate and dry out, and so all those chemical fumes built up until it exploded into fire. And he burnt down his studio twice. Talent. See, even painting geniuses can be idiots. Alright, Liz, finish putting the colour on before you do something else. My hand just wants to do something else, but I haven't finished putting the colour on. Painting isn't that dangerous if you have common sense. Like, if you've got something that lets off fumes as it dries, do not put it in a situation where those fumes are going to build up to the point where they combust. Simple. Yeah. That's the thing, the words like spontaneously combust, you don't think it'll happen, but there's a reason like paint conservators have to study chemistry, because a lot of paint is chemistry. And that's the part they sort of skip over at art school, where they don't teach you about the trade of paint, they teach you about the theory of paint. They sort of skip over the chemical rules, which is what I learnt more from working in an art shop, is all the chemistry of paint. There's people come into the art shop and ask you the weirdest questions, and the amount of Googling I've done and learnt stuff because people have come in and gone, can I put terps on my clothes and my clothes will be fine? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure no, but let me look it up. Yeah, twice. No. Some people are just stubborn old men. And I believe Lucian Freud is definitely one of those stubborn old men. That's how he burned it down twice. I do. I think I get more pain at the moment in my shoulder, in this area here, because I'm doing all my weightlifting in one spot. And that's where I try and mix it up, where sometimes I'll stand to paint, sometimes I'll sit to paint. Things like this I'm definitely sitting, but like life drawing and that I try and stand as much as I can, because it puts your arm at a completely different angle and it makes your body move and that sort of thing. I do try and remember to do wrist exercises. I have done none in the last few hours, but I try to remember in general. I have always said that the one thing I really wish they would develop with biomechanical humans is ball joints for wrist joints, so I could have a ball joint wrist that just goes in every direction. That would be great. Can we please have that? Scientists, engineers? Yes, please. But yeah, no, I find this shoulder, I've got told by my therapist that I have RSI in that shoulder, which sucks. But I go to the myotherapist every 5 seconds, can't afford it. Would love to. She definitely fixed it when it like full seized up. I was carrying a 48 by 72 inch canvas, like one of the biggest sizes they have, and because I've got a large wingspan of my arms, I can carry it just, like, not a problem. No, it was the 60 by 60 inch, that's what it was, because the end of my wingspan is about 60 inches, so I can just carry that canvas. And I turned badly and I twigged it, so that sucked. Old men being stubborn? Never! I know, right? So unexpected. No, my golf club isn't so much for preventing strain. My golf club is for not putting my fingers in wet paint. I can show you, now that I have all this wet paint that I don't want to touch. Let me grab my golf club. Come here. I had to put it further away because it fell down one day when Dipper was in here and she freaked her out, so I have to put it somewhere safer now. So, golf club. This is my version of a marl stick. And it sits on the top of the easel there, and then I lean my wrist on it, and then I can paint accurately without leaning on my painting. Because you know how you normally like would lean a pinky finger or something to steady yourself? I'm basically using the marl stick to steady myself. And that's what that's for. Yeah, I see myself going in and getting rid of all those brush strokes, but we shall see. I don't mind it so far. The only problem is at the moment I've got a little table set up in front of the easel, so that's why the marl stick's at such an angle. It's not going straight. I just want to bring some of that blue into the darks. How much planning do I do? Depends on the piece. I said at the very start of the video, like my portraits and that, I do a lot more planning. I do a lot more pre-sketching and swatching and things like that to plan what colours I want to use. But these pieces, I just sort of jumped straight in because I knew I wanted to do my camel and I knew I wanted to do the skull. But I didn't really think about background and things like that. So actually I can show Jazz. If you guys don't mind, I might replay that little video from the start. See here. This is a little video of the editing I did earlier today, so I can show you this. So, I took a photo of each of the paintings the way they were. So these are again the paintings as they were this morning. And you can see how they've just got plain backgrounds. So basically all I did was add a bit of shadow and a bit of white. I'm just squaring them up because I can't take a photo square on to save my life. Basically. And then, and I have them next to each other. I can compare them and see how they look together. Which mostly in this case identified to me that the skull needed more shadow, which is what we've just put in. So here I'll get them both in together. There we go. And now this is sort of the point where normally people would do thumbnail sketches and plan them out to see how they would look. And I'm sort of doing it after the fact when the paintings have an underpainting on. Then figuring out, okay, what do I want to do in the background? How do I want to make the pieces make sense and let them have a bit more context with each other? Which for these two, so these are for a still life art prize. And I sort of wanted to play with the idea of a portrait artist doing still life, ways to do portraits that are still. So that's why I'm doing a skull and a face cast. So they're both faces, but they're still lifes. So yeah, playing with that idea. Here I've decided, so I want to colour in the background. I wanted to stain the backgrounds with a colour. So I've just inserted some layers in Photoshop in Multiply, and I'm just making a quick mask to isolate the centre subjects. And that sort of gives me a quick, this is how this colour background would look. Super quick. And messy, which is fine. Things don't have to be neat when you're just doing these little mock-up-y sketches. So yeah, that sort of gives me a very base, that's how they would have looked with red. And then I had a blue layer, just apply the same mask, copy and paste, yada yada yada. And then I also had that tealy colour, that tealy green. And then at the start of the stream we were sort of deciding between the three, and we went with blue because Luke Skywalker blue makes sense. And I'm going to go with that reasoning. I think Jay, you suggested that, and that was the best reasoning ever. So that became canon. Because his lightsaber is blue. But it's definitely got a bit of tealy green mixed into it, this blue. It's not sort of a straight blue. Yeah, and then I also wanted to add a little bit of gold. Oh, the face cast is of Mark Hamill, Joanna. So Mark Hamill, who was Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars films. I bought it off eBay as a version of a cast to do cast drawing, which is a old school atelier technique of learning how to draw light and shadow. And this was my way to find an affordable one because it's a plastic face cast as opposed to traditional drawing casts are plaster and cost a whole bunch. Yeah, so I had it with the intention of painting it, and then this art prize seemed like the perfect chance to do that. So yeah, my plan is to, once this layer that I'm painting tonight is dry, go in with my gold oil paint and just do a couple of little thin lines to sort of isolate the subject, sort of like how in old religious paintings they'd use things like halos and that to denote importance in a painting. I want to use that to denote importance in my painting. Just a little bit of a filigree finish. And I don't want it to be sort of super clean lines like they are here in the example. I sort of want it to be a little bit broken and a little bit textured. And I'll do the old school technique. I'll get a dinner plate, put that over the top to do the circle parts, and then use a ruler to do the straight line. Yeah, so that's the plan. And this is how it's going. So I've just been putting some blue into these recesses and sort of getting the shadows a little bit cooler. And then I'll go through and add some warmth to the highlights. The skull's a little bit easier than the other panel because I don't need to worry about likeness as much. So with Mark Hamill, I was noticing the more shadows and lights I was adding, if I added too much in one spot, it would change the likeness. And I had to be really, really careful. Here, nah, don't have to be as careful at all, because the likeness is going to be... It's going to look like a skull regardless. It already looks like a skull. That's not going to go away. So that takes a load off my brain. I kind of wish I did this one first now, but I didn't know the other one was going to be tricky until I did it. So I'll probably spend a lot more time tonight after stream fiddling with the other one, or tomorrow. But that's okay. I'm just sort of picking out anywhere where those dark grey tones are, and places I want the turn of the skull to be more in shadow, and using a bit of blue. So over here I use blue and it just doesn't look right, so I'm just going to take that off again. A bit of medium, and just squidging it away with my finger. And that just adds a bit more dimension. Oh, Niels, you heading off? No worries. Thank you so much for joining. You have a lovely night. I'll see you in the Twitchverse somewhere. You have a lovely time. Dangerbeard! Hello! How you going? What's your YouTubes? Yes. Well, you found it, so that counts. That counts. We're painting a skeleton. This is so fun, everyone discovering each other's real names. It's weird. More of our Twitch family has found the YouTubes. I think I'm going to enter both pieces separately in the art prize. So that's what the Still Life art prize, they said you can enter up to 3 pieces. Originally I wanted to do 3, but now I think I'm running out of time, so I might stick with just 2. And yeah, if I enter them separately, then people can purchase them separately if they just want one, not the other. So I always prefer to do that rather than locking people into having to purchase a set. But of course, if people look at them and go, oh, they would go so well together, go for it, buy the set. That's fine. Thank you. Yes, of course it's still your real name, Alice. Of course it is. You are Dangerbeard forever, correct? Forever Mrs. DB. With your braid that kicks butt. Oh, my third was going to be a mask, and I've got a collection of face masks, just because that's one of those things. Everyone, when they would be like, oh, do you want a souvenir? We're in Bali. I'm like, oh, get me a mask. And I've got this, I could basically create a house that would like horrify toddlers, because I could just have a wall of faces, which is awesome, but I just don't have a house I can hang them up in. So I was stuck between, I've got the Guy Fawkes mask, the V for Vendetta one, a Venetian mask. Did I leave them in here? Because I pulled them out. What did I do with them? What did I do with them? I had them in here. Oh, I put them in the cupboard. I can show. So these were the 3 I was picking from. So I had the Guy Fawkes mask. No, Millie. Yeah, sorry, Jazz. It probably would horrify you, but it's cool. This is my Venetian one. It's a paper mache mask, but I just love the expression, and I thought it sort of worked well in terms of being very simple forms and no like detail. He's a little sinister though, so I get that. And then I also have this one, which is another Venetian one, but this one I think was purchased here in Australia, so it's not like a fancy brand or anything, as opposed to the other one I actually purchased in Italy in uni days. That one's just a very simple base, and that one would probably be the most challenging to paint because it is so smooth all the transitions. As you can even see here in the light, the transitions are just so soft. That one would be quite challenging, so that was sort of my least favourite of the three. Also, that one was very feminine, and I didn't know if that turned me off a little bit, because as much as the skull I'm pretty sure is a lady, Mark Hamill's a bit more masculine, and I don't know. I just wasn't sure if that was taking it in a completely different direction. I didn't want gender to sort of be part of it. It was more about just the discussion of face as still life. Yeah, so that was what I was sort of thinking for the third, but I've only got until like the 12th of July, and I still need to get them framed once they're dry, so I think I'm running out of time. Oh, thanks, Jess. Yeah, the second one, that kind of sinister face is interesting. If that mask was made from mashed potato, it would be a lot harder to hold in my hand. Not impossible, but harder. That would be my argument about mashed potato mask. That being said, if you made a mask out of mashed potato, you could always cast it. And if you cast it, then you can make another mask out of it. So, you know, there's always a way. Frames are a hard one, because I haven't exhibited with the gallery that's doing this competition, and often I sort of ask the curator what their buyers like, because some buyers like more elaborate frames and some buyers like really simple ones. So yeah, that's normally what I do, but with this space I'm just not sure, so that probably would make me go for a slightly simpler one. Or because maybe I'm bringing in the gold, so maybe the gold will make me go for a slightly gold frame, so then that has a relationship. I'm not sure. I'll probably take them to the framing store and go for something reasonably thin, so that way it's not overbearing on it. And then, yeah, make sure it just sort of is subtle enough that people could see other frames on it. If they wanted a different frame on it, they could always get it reframed. That's the problem with framing, is that, like, I'm picking something to match your house and I don't know who you are and whether you're buying my work, so it's really just guesswork, which sucks. Mashed potato cased in resin. That's artwork. That's definitely artwork. But Jess, that's the challenge, is how do you eat it when it's encased in resin? Do you have to think about your relationship to the mashed potato within resin? Does it open whole new doors of potato consumerage? I can't talk now. I was going on a weird art wank bent and I lost it completely, so I apologise. You are very art DB, completely. But yeah, thin gold frame, yeah, something like that. Thin gold or thin like warm wood. I do a lot of like thin birch frames just because they are plain enough that they don't overshadow what's going on in the work, which I really like. And then I've only really gone the super elaborate frame on one work, and that's because it's a gallery that really goes towards like dark gothic art and character art, and so I went the more gothic big frame for that one, and it was just perfect. But I haven't done it a lot in the more contemporary galleries in Australia because they prefer the more simple plain wood stuff. What a waste of a good carb. That's a good point. It's a good point. Although I do admit I'm more favouring the sweet potatoes at the moment. I've become a sweet potato heathen. They're just so crispy and delicious. Dun dun dun. Hi Barack, how you going? How's things? Yeah, no, that's partially the reflection because this is a clear coat aluminium panel, so it does actually reflect the light. So the paint is so thin and transparent that it's almost like a mirror when my hand is close like this, compared to the other painting that I was working on, which is on a white surface. It doesn't do that. So that's going to be a huge difference when you have these two works next to each other, is that this one's got that kind of reflectiveness to it. I'm worried it means the other piece is kind of detracty because it doesn't have that cool glowiness to it, but I don't know. I think he stands on his own 2 feet for a mask, head, face, whatever. I think he's okay. That's my point. I think he's alright. Need some more blue up there. You are finally here in stream. Thank you so much. You've had to get up really early for this, haven't you? I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm painting on aluminium composite panel, but this one's been prepared so that it's a clear aluminium, so it's a bit reflective, which is similar to the ones that I use for a lot of my figurative works in my normal videos. So yeah, mask, head, face thing. Yes. Yes, Mrs. DB, that's exactly the thing. Kind of thing. Alright, I think I need to stop doing blue for the shadows and start doing some warms in the light. So I just gotta wash off my brush real good. Oh, hi Cam! How are you? I'm not working on the Mark Hamill one. Why have you tuned in when I'm not working on Mark Hamill? Painting on metal does. So painting on metal is a super slippery surface, which means obviously when you push the brush, it absolutely slides across as opposed to sort of gripping and staying put. So it's a very different texture. Yeah. So painting on metal is something I've been doing for probably 3 to 4 years now. And I've always loved really smooth surfaces. So this was like the extreme version of really smooth surfaces. There's a dog hair in my paint. Get out. Ah. Got it. Yeah, so super slippery surfaces give me the full power to put paint wherever I want to put it. And it sort of moves and shoves the way that I want. So I really enjoy that. As opposed to canvas. When I first painted on canvas as a kid, it always drove me nuts because I had to sit there and fill in all the dots of the texture. And I had to fill them in because I didn't use enough paint. If you use thick paint, it fills it all in for you. But because I used really thin paint, I was sitting there filling in the dots on canvas because the texture was driving me insane. So canvas is not always the best surface, especially when people are starting painting, because you fight the texture. And that if you're fighting the texture, then that means you're getting frustrated and angry at what you're doing. So not ideal. I always recommend people start on either primed paper or wood panels, or if they're starting on canvas panels, chuck an extra layer of gesso in to fill in some of that texture. So that way it's not all dimply and annoying, basically. Yeah. Maybe I need more caffeine. I'm running out of words. I mentioned earlier, if anyone wants to buy me a caffeine, I have a caffeine account with Ko-fi, which is ko-fi. This caffeine is sponsored by Yik, who sponsored it last stream. So thank you again, Yik. Oh, the caffeine is good. Keeps me going. My little art assistant, she's doing very well, except a little bit sad the last couple of days. She's teething. And she had literally her 2 big canines that are meant to be here. They were coming in on the inside of her jaw and pushing the 2 baby teeth out. So she had 4 teeth, big teeth in the middle, like an orc. She looked like an orc from Lord of the Rings. And yesterday, one of the side ones finally fell out, and then today the other one fell out, but she's been sad and droopy because she's in pain, and I get it. Like, I've gone through a whole swag of orthodontics because I was a really smart 8-year-old who embedded her front 2 teeth in the floorboards at high velocity. Yeah, that was smart. And I've been through braces twice, as well as getting those 2 teeth shoved back in, and just orthodontics is no fun, so she's a bit sad and droopy. I think she's having a nap out with Dad on the couch at the moment, because she hasn't really come in here tonight, but I did partially close the door, which she's not a huge fan of as well. And we gave her dinner sort of just before I came on stream to encourage her to have a nap. So I think that worked, but she's otherwise beautiful. They're taking the puppers to Isengard. That song will always live in my head. That song will always live in my head. Always. I think the main thing, DB, with these sort of shinier surfaces is you do need to be careful about the longevity of paint and how is it going to last. So if you normally just paint with acrylics or something like that on metal, you've got big chances of the paint cracking or flaking or not adhering correctly. And I had to do a lot of research, and what I've ended up doing with my aluminium panels is taking them to a chemical treatment guy who does a clear iodine coating on them, which basically is what they do when they're painting like aluminium boats, and it treats the metal so that it grabs onto the first oil it encounters. And for me, that's the oil paint. So I've got to make sure after I get it treated, it's wrapped in paper after they treat it, and then I only handle it with gloves until I'm ready to paint on it. And that holds onto that first layer of paint and then allows the rest of the paint, as it builds up, oil paint turns it into a resin. It sort of all bonds together over years and years. So that should all hold it on really, really nicely, as opposed to acrylic paints, which are a plastic polymer. They normally require grit and texture in the surface to be able to hold on, because plastic, if it's smooth on smooth, like PVA glue on metal, would just peel up. If it's into texture, then it sort of holds on really nicely, like that. Texture. So a lot of people use these panels with acrylics. They have to sand them first to create texture and then put the paint on so that way it grips. So, yeah. Yeah. They're canine teeth, Mum. I'm supposed to have them. That's very true, but you're not meant to have 4 of them all in your lower jaw all at the same time. You're meant to have 2. I'd be down for watching Lord of the Rings again. It's that kind of a mood. My husband and I watched the extended editions 1 and 2 recently, but we didn't end up watching 3, and I'm like, we're still gonna go back and watch number 3. That's what we should do on the weekend, maybe. Although he's busy on the weekend. So I'm just pulling out some highlights, and I've just got a bit of warmth in my paint. And it's just making these highlights really come forward, which is nice. God, I love painting skulls. Why do I love painting skulls so much? They're so fun. They're just so textury goodness. And have such personality. Someone said at the start, I think it was Migsy, said that, oh no, it was Jay, that the skull's smiling. And I kind of agree. The way that their cheekbones go up like this, they look happy. That's fair. If you watch Lord of the Rings 7 billion times, that's probably on the edge of enough. On the edge of enough times. Would you watch the new TV show that they're making though? The new Aragorn-centric one? I want to watch that. Although I'm worried it's going to be super drama-y like Game of Thrones, and that makes me sad. Do I do a lot of still life paintings? I wouldn't say I do a lot, but I do enjoy doing them. Probably the most thing I do still life paintings of is skulls, because I've got my plastic resin skulls. This is my newer one, and you can see in... What video did I do recently with my skulls? My Q&A video that I've got here on my YouTube channel, I show you my original skull, which is also a plastic one, but she had an accident and broke her teeth, sadly. Yeah, it's one of those things. I really like doing still life sort of to experiment, and I'd say this painting is sort of in the realm of that, where I'm sort of experimenting with surfaces and colour and that sort of thing. And still lives are one of those things that, because you can sort of always whip out a still life doesn't sort of wait for appointments or anything like that. I prioritise my portraits, because a lot of the time they're for deadlines, or they rely on certain models being available at certain times, that sort of thing. I prioritize them, and then I do still lifes when I've got space in between. This one's been a bit prioritized because there's an art prize on for still lives, so I want to enter this in that. And that means that, yeah, it's sort of moved to the top of the pile, but I've got like a portrait behind me. That big girl over there that I started the other week, and she's my one on the go at the moment, but she's probably got 4 weeks to go. She's probably got 4 to 6 weeks to go. She's got heaps. Yes, she did have an accident. She was on the table and then she was on the floor, teeth first. That was an accident. I did not do that on purpose. I promise. I don't know if it'll have Viggo Mortensen. I haven't heard a lot about it, other than one of my friends in New Zealand was working on it as a costumier person. So that's literally all I know. So I'll be looking for her name in the credits. That's as far as I've got. That's good to know you're available for wizard portraits, because you do make a very good model. Mrs. DB's piece of you. Oh, my lights are strobing. 1 sec. That's weird. I did not call for that kind of a party. I'm just going to leave that light off and trust that you can all see me just in my studio light, because that was not the kind of party vibe I was going for. I think my light globe is dying. What were we saying? You're a wizard. Yes. Mrs. DB has done awesome wizard art of you. Or at least it comes across as awesome wizard. Yes, DB. Yes. That's all awesome to know. You always hated still life painting. Yes, I agree. So you definitely need to paint things that you enjoy. The first thing I ever drew as a still life was a bowl of eggs. And I get why people make you do that, but bowls of eggs are not terribly exciting to paint or draw. They are just not. Oh, this looks so different under this lighting. It's alright. Yeah, so if you do still lives of things you enjoy, it's the same as any painting. Like, I fundamentally believe you've got to be interested in what you are doing. If you're painting something that you're not interested in, you're just going to be like, you're going to hate it, or you're going to fight with it, or you're not going to feel satisfied when you're finished. You're not going to get the same satisfaction if you're not doing something you're interested in. I did not break my skull on purpose. That's what all the investigative reports say. Oh, shush. It's the truth and only the truth. And yes, I will rave. This, well, I rant and rave, not woot woot rave. That's what the light was doing. That's different vibe. Different vibe. Yay, the pastel one is still in your fridge. I'm glad. I am glad. That is good fridge art. It's top of the fridge. DB, if you dress piratey or wizardy, I'll have to get my mate who's a cosplay photographer down to PAX and he can take your wizard portrait. Because I'm pretty sure he always goes to PAX because he takes photos of all the cosplayers, so we'll get a wizard portrait. Or a pirate wizard. Can you be a pirate and a wizard at the same time? Is that like a special skill unlock? Opening a fridge with your face on it. I think that's fine. What's wrong with that? Does that make you just feel proud of Mrs. DB every time you open the fridge? Or go, I have such pretty hair. Because it's true, you do have very pretty hair. Of course you can be both. Well, you should be both. That answers that. You should be both. Pirate wizard. I'm sorry for the dumb question, but sometimes you need clarification on these things. Okay, I'm quite happy with Skelly. I think he's sitting really good now with his warms and his cools. I think I need to go back to Mark Hamill, which we might have to try Rave Light again, because he's more reliant on the art, on the bit on the wall actually looking correct. So, let's try. Light globe, why? It definitely just is one light globe, not the other. What a butt! Alright. Put in star. Is a pirate wizard and a wizard pirate the same thing or a different thing? Oh, that's a good point. Is it like ligers and tie-ins and that sort of stuff where you've got... Depends on if the daddy or the mummy was the primary genes or something. How do ligers work? They work a certain way. They're different base classes that have specialized in the other. Uh-huh. So you're born a pirate and you choose to be a wizard. Or you're born a wizard and you choose to be a pirate. Okay, so Mark Hamill's back. But I don't think I can finish painting him with my light being a butt. I'm so sorry. I want to. I really want to. But I can't see all the shadows in the same way that they were before. Which is frustrating. You want to do a Punnett square for these? Yes! See, I do things! What was I saying earlier? I said genetics words earlier. The Punnett square. I said something earlier that was genetic, not heteronormative. I said something. Let me just see if I can jiggle the light. You guys have fun for a minute. Light! We have a new light globe. Yay. Oh, thank you, DB! My Be Right Back screen is one of the clips from my YouTube intro my friend Brent helped me with. He's an amazing film wizard and he made it beautiful. What have I missed in chat? Cam, this isn't a before and after, it's more of a two versions of a still life that's actually a face. Don't do that to Mark Hamill. Don't curse him. That wouldn't be fair. There. Wizard with an eye patch works. Yeah, I knew there was a Liger thing, so it's the Tygon, Tiglon. Yeah, which one's the parent on which side? Yeah. Ooh, a wizard's crow with a pirate's parrot. That's cool. You can have it like one of those cats that's like half-half. They're cool. There should be reference image for this wizard pirate. Maybe this is a new challenge we should give Liam in his Twitch stream. One of our friends is an awesome cartoonist, Liam, who, Liam Gordes, Gordes. He's on Twitch as well, and he's been doing really cool like cartoon avatars for a whole bunch of his subscribers. Actually, I'll show you the one he did for me. Where is it? Let me find it. He did one for me because my online handle is LizFizz, and he came up with the idea of doing me as a caffeine, as a Barocca, basically, which was absolutely adorable. And yeah, I really like it. I think I need to put it with my Ko-fi banner. Here we go. Let's show you some of his stuff. That one. Isn't it cute? That's the LizFizz by Liam Gordes. I love it. I look so tired as a glass with Barocca. So you have to go check out his stream on Twitch or his... I don't know if he's posted these to Instagram. He should. He definitely should. But yeah, that was a very cute interpretation of LizFizz, which I'm very happy with. Yeah. Alright, let me put Skelly away so I don't... while I keep going on Mark Hamill, now that our light is much less ravey. Blair. I'm okay with you guys all calling me Liz Fizz. The only reason I do all my online handles as Liz Gridley or Liz Gridley Artist is because I want people to find my art stuff. It literally became just this way no one can be all like, so what do you do? I'm like, what I do is obvious. Everyone look at my pictures. Look at my pictures. Because I think it's the hard thing as an artist is to like put yourself out there. So if I make it like a given that I automatically put myself out there with my online handles and my names and that sort of thing, then I don't have to work as hard. It's an automatic, which feels good. Feels good. I identify as an artist. Yeah. Yeah. I'm very okay with you calling me Liz Fizz anytime. Ligers are huge. Yes, ligers are huge. They're ginormous. They just have trouble procreating. I believe a lot of the time they're sterile. Because of how the genetics work or something like that. Like they can't have babies of their own. But they are absolutely ginormous. Yeah. 320 to 550 kilos. Yeah. They're huge. Oh, I'm glad he posted some of them to Insta. Liam should post all of them. They are all brilliant. I think Tofu Daddy's still one of my favorites though. And the DB, both of you fighting. That one's great. Something has definitely happened with the likeness on this. The likeness is not as good as it was. And that makes me sad. Thank you, Miss TV, for putting in his handle. Thank you. It's a shame that Luke didn't hijack a ship in Star Wars. That would have made... Yes, then he would have been a space wizard pirate, as opposed to Han being a space pirate and him being a space wizard. This is the crossover we need. We need Luke and Han to have babies. Stealing his uncle's droids don't count when he technically inherited them because they were dead. Who are they going to leave all their stuff to? Probably Luke. Although you would know better than me, Cam. Mr. TV, if I could make all the commands work here in YouTube, just upload literally all the commands, I totally would. From Twitch. That would be great. I don't know. I haven't really looked into that much about how much I can do with alerts and that sort of stuff, because I know a lot of it comes when you're a monetized channel. You can open up membership, and memberships is like subs on Twitch, and then people can use custom emoticons and all that sort of stuff. But because I'm not monetized, I can't do any of that stuff. So it's a bit of a journey. The official pirate wizard shoulder pet is a flying monkey. Fair enough. Does that make the Wicked Witch of the West a pirate wizard? She's the queen of flying monkeys. A battle cat would be just as good, although it would have to be one of your cats. Which Mrs. DV, that footage of was it Pumpkin on your chair? Which kitty was on your chair today? That was so cute. Having a good old battle with the back of the chair. I do apologise if anyone was hanging out for Dipper. When I was changing the light globe, she's been put to bed because it's past her bedtime. And she is sleepy. So we won't have any Dipper this stream, I apologise. I could put up a picture of her if that makes anyone feel better. Sterility is a thing with hybrids, yeah. Part of the rules of being different species can't produce fertile offspring. Except for some exceptions, yeah. Biology doesn't like rules. Fair enough. Biology can do what biology wants. We sort of lost what was going on here with the nose. A little bit. I'm just refining shapes to get that likeness back. I think part of the mouth got too short as well. As I was playing with that smirk, it just sort of kept sneaking in. Yeah, getting monetized on YouTube is a lot harder than Twitch. It is a lot harder. Which is kind of a pain, honestly, but the way that YouTube works, especially for art content, is that the longevity is quite different. Because Twitch, it's so much about what you're doing live, and then some people watching your videos in the next 2 weeks, it's all very much current. And because art content, a lot of it isn't dependent on being new. Like if I'm talking about Grisaille underpainting, that's just as valuable 5 years from now as it is now. YouTube has that longevity where my videos can continue to be useful in the future. And I really like that because in a lot of ways I use YouTube as a reference for what I've painted, and so I have records of everything that I've painted and things I've participated in and my own growth as an artist. So a big part of me joining YouTube was literally I loved watching everyone's time lapses, and I wanted to have a record of time lapses of my own work so I can remember how I painted things, because I have a terrible memory. So yeah, being able to have that longevity of record keeping is a lot more important to me personally as an artist, aside from being monetized entirely. It's just now that I've put a year and a half into this and a lot more time, now the idea of becoming monetized is a lot more appealing. And it's definitely something now that I'm full-time as an artist. I see a lot of value in being able to get to that point where I can see this as part of my income. Not ever entirely my income, but like as a good chunk of my income, or just a bit on the side either. It would be so helpful to have as a reliable thing on the side. Yeah, and that's part of the thing is that as a creative, the more little streams you can have going, the more reliable your income, because not every stream is always going to be firing at the same time. And as far as I can tell from my friends who are monetized on YouTube and that sort of thing, it's like they get a check every couple of months for like $100 here, $100 there. It's not a lot of money, but it's something that comes in, and if one of their videos takes off, then they get a little bit of a kick in the gut as well, which is good, or a kick in the butt to produce a bit more. So yeah, I think it would be good for that reason. But I've reached one of the requirements, which is subs. Now I just need to reach watch time, which is just people watching my stuff for enough of time, and I'm about halfway on that, just a bit under halfway. So we'll get there, maybe in a year. We'll get there eventually. Abby was going nuts. That's who it was. Yeah, because I was like, I don't think it's the other cat. It's Abby. Yeah, so cute though. Abby. Oh, How young is she? Because she only looks tiny. Tiny little putty. Well, that's the thing, like, I would love to stream on both, but I've heard that's probably not a good idea because it splits your audience. And technically in Twitch's terms and conditions, they sort of mention something like they don't want you streaming in multiple places. And it's one of those things that I don't think they weaponize, but they could weaponize, and it just makes me nervous. So I'll stick with YouTube for now. But I come hang out with everyone else on Twitch, so that's fine. Thank you, Jay. And everyone who's here, thank you so much for coming and chilling tonight. Like, you have no obligation to stay at all for however long you want. I'm painting already for longer than I thought I would, and that's just because I'm into what I'm doing at the moment. I want to sort out his head. It's gotten rounder, and I've gotten issues here and there that I want to sort out. And this is often how I go when I'm painting. I sort of get into what I'm doing. If I find the flow, then you want to keep going. Yeah, it's against their terms of service to stream on multiple platforms. I thought there was something like that in it. So I'm signed up for Twitch, and I did vague little things to set up my channel, but I sort of haven't done anything beyond that. So, and that's what some people interpret that as you can't stream multiple platforms at the same time, and others are like, in general, you can't stream on 2 platforms at all. So it's hard to define perfectly. And yeah, some people do. So yeah. It's hard. I think they deliberately make those terms vague so then they can enforce it however they want, when they want, which is a pain. The pain for the end user. General vagueness. No underboob is written in plain English. Ah, as opposed to YouTube, which is all like nipples. Meh. Like, I've marked some of my videos as over 18 because they feature paintings of nipples, and I'm just like playing it safe. But it really hurts the engagement to do that. Like the one I put out recently that has boobs in it, I marked as under 18, and it got literally a third the views my normal videos get, which is an absolute pain. Yeah, what's with all the boob fixation? Honestly, boobs are just boobs. They're great, they're weird, they're different, they're just attached to our chests. Leave them alone. Let them be. Let boobs be boobs. Hopefully this stream doesn't get taken down because I keep talking about boobs. Yes, no wonder boobers in the Twitch TNCs. No, it's boobs, not nuts. Nuts are a whole different category. The stream has definitely reached past 11 o'clock levels of sanity. I'm okay with it. Done. Is that where all those stories about the streamers streaming from hot tubs came in? Because that was like a workaround for bikinis. All these girls started streaming sitting in a hot tub because then the bikini was in context and they were allowed to stream in bikinis, as opposed to if they're sitting at their desk in bikinis, they're not allowed to. You bring the chaos everywhere you go. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, a whole hot tub category. Yeah. It's such a weird thing. No worries, you have a lovely night. Go to sleep. Get some good sleep. Good night. Thank you so much for joining and watching the arts. I really appreciate it. Jess, you need to go to bed too. Go to bed. I will tell off my viewers if I know they need to be in bed. I don't know who else needs to be in bed. Hot tub category. I don't know if it counts as softcore. Yeah, it just vague boobs. Yes. Jess, you kind of got sent to bed, yes, because are you working tomorrow? If you're not working tomorrow, then you get a freebie. But that's the only opportunity. Plus, I get to see you tomorrow, and I'm excited about that, so yay. Strong, independent woman who's sitting on her chair doing her cross-stitch and is being sent to bed by her friend. Yes. Because I love and care about you. There's a 24/7 otter channel in the hot tub. Why are the otters in a hot tub? That's not safe for otters. No. No. No worries, Kylie. Thank you so much for joining. We got some good painting done today, and thank you so much for your questions. They always keep me thinking and keeping me on my toes, so I really appreciate it. Thank you. But Jazz, how do you know you're going to see the otters safely? You've got to wade through that category, or can you get like straight to the otters? Because I feel like Twitch should make that easy for you. Oh, thank you, Jay. Oh, can I show it on stream? Or I'll have a look later. I think I'll have a look later. I don't want to show things if you're not sure. Marine mammal rescue. Okay, gotta remember that when I need some immediate otters viewing. You had to get to a certain point in your cross-stitch. Fair enough. You had to get to the save point. You're gonna send me a photo? Does he have a soul now? I mean, you can try, Jazz. I don't know what'll come up in that search. It's Twitch. What'll come up with the search otter? I just don't know. I just don't know. I've learnt my lesson. I need to slow down with this painting and take it really slow the way I did when we first busted him out, so I get all the details right. Because there is a lot of nuance in Mark Hamill's face, and I was going too fast earlier. Ah, thank you, Jay! I might pull it up on the other screen. If I can. Where is it? There. I'm so excited to see. People searching otter also watched a bunch of hot tub videos and some great recommendations there. Still way off getting off the soul. That's fair enough. This monkey will be soulless for a while. Ooh! Ooh, 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 ooh. Change screen. Change screen. Ooh, this is what Jay's been... He's been painting. Jay, that's so cool. It's so tonal because you haven't used an outline like you normally would. And that little blue highlight light, like edge light, is just gorgeous. I hope you're still here hearing this. Either way, I really like it. Is that from a photo? It'd be from a photo, yeah. It very much reminds me of life drawing. So yeah, everyone go look up JK_Inc on Instagram. He's great. And yeah, this is his beautiful work. Da-da-da-da-da. Where did my hands go? There. Yeah. Yay. Thank you so much for sharing. I really like the colours you've used as well. That deep blue in the background really makes the purple and the pink pop. Purple, pink, pop. That's fun to say. Alright. Good night. Started from photo, then the photo disappeared. What? Rude. Photos rude. Alright, let me go back in there. No one needs to see all my bookmarks. Alright. Giddy. I would like to do a life drawing night on one of these live streams. One of my mates organises a life drawing session, which is sometimes on Zoom. And I want to ask him if I can do one where basically I can see the Zoom footage, but you guys can't. You guys can just see me drawing, because obviously I can't legally like show what I'm drawing from because you need to be like ticketed. Oh, it's an homage to Liz. Aww. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Such a different way for you to work. It's really interesting seeing variety, like, so far away from your normal style, but very interesting at the same time. It does remind me more of your life drawing pieces, the ones I've seen where you've sort of had to speed draw form and get those forms down and get an idea of where the light is, that sort of stuff. You found the otters. The coldest tub on Twitch. Yay! That's what I was saying. Like, otters shouldn't be in a hot tub. They should be in a cold tub. Yay! I am so glad you found them. Are they adorable? Yay! I'm glad you enjoyed it. The coldest tub on Twitch. Oh wait, I was meant to say what Jess sent me as well, wasn't I? Jess, have you sent me a photo yet? No, you're gonna send me a photo. Oh no. Oh no, that's okay. That's okay. Why can I not mark things as unread on Insta? Oh, just computers. Hey. Where am I up to? Okay, so I'm trying to just solidify this side of the face at the moment, and then I'll figure out that side, which has gone weirdly eggheady, in a bit. I want to sort out this eye. It's not just a straight round eye, it's definitely got this sort of band of shadow where his iris is. You sent a photo on Messenger. Okay, I'll have a look in a bit. Good night, all. Thank you, Jess. Thank you for going to bed at a reasonable hour so I can see you tomorrow. I appreciate it. And thank you for joining on stream. I'm glad you had a nice chill night. I like to provide. Yeah, I thought you went to bed. Go to bed. Be a productive human tomorrow. Don't blame me for being tired. I should send you a copy. You can function. Oh. Weird how much just doing some tiny little marks just make you feel so much better about the whole thing. That little bit in the eye just made me feel so much better. It's like the tiniest little bit. Still keep reminding myself, Cam, who was here before, he's actually met Mark Hamill. And I'm still low-key jealous about it. Not that I've ever gone to a con or that the Mark Hamill's been at, but I'm still just like, that would be so cool. Still sad I never got to meet Carrie Fisher. He's amazing. Not that you really meet people at cons, but it's still cool to be like around people you admire and people you think are cool. I got to meet Stan Lee, so that was cool at one of the cons. Granted, we lined up for so long because the line was so mismanaged at that one. It took forever, but we got there. And he signed my husband and my sister conspired and made me a Dr. Doom teddy bear. So he signed that. So Doom Teddy has his signature. Fun nerd things. Thought we'd run out of music then. No, just had a break. That's looking better as well. I should tag Mark Hamill, yes. Yes. I think I did tag him in the hashtaggy bit for this one. He's more active on Twitter though, so I should put it on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter and oh my god, I regret all the days I didn't follow him on Twitter. He posted the best video the other day. I want to show you. I want to show you. Where is it? How do I find it? I don't know Twitter very well. Twitter's a scary platform, so I don't post there a lot because too many people yell at each other. But Mark Hamill makes it worth it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We're at the part of the night where I just want to share memes and stuff with you guys. Oh, where is it? Media. I mentioned he was active on Twitter. Maybe he's too active on Twitter. And that's why I can't find what I want. Oh, boo. Tweets and replies? Maybe? Is there an easy way to find what you like on Twitter? Ew, Donald Trump. Ew, no. No, I can't find it, guys. Oh, I'm so sad. It was this little video of a dad using the force with his little kid in a high chair, and he would like push, and then he would use his feet to push the high chair further away on the floor, and then the kid would giggle, and then he would use the force and be like, come towards me, and then he would pull the chair forward with his feet, so the kids kept coming back and forth with the force. It was so cute. And then underneath, Mark Hamill was like, yes, I still walk up to supermarkets and make the doors open with my hand. What of it? I'm like, that's so perfect. I just, like, we've been doing that for years, and it's just the best celebrity who gets it. He gets the fun of the franchise, and I love that. In my profile, there are things that are liked. Okay. That seems kind of cryptic. Yeah, there is no easy way to do anything on Twitter, and just I like on Instagram, I try and make all my posts as accessible as possible, so I do image descriptions and I do capitalization in my hashtags and all that sort of stuff, and like, you don't have enough characters to do that on Twitter, and I think there's somewhere you can do alt text for images, but I haven't found it, and it's just stupid. I don't know. It was designed for a specific person who is not me. And much like TikTok, I haven't put the time in to learn it properly. I have a TikTok. I have some TikToks on it. I am not very good at making TikToks. Best advice I got from a friend was make it all in Premiere and then export it in portrait size, and I just haven't been bothered. You can check a spot in your profile to see things you previously liked. You can? Where? There's my profile. Likes! Aha! Ah! Thank you, Jess. Thank you. Now, how many things have I liked on Twitter that haven't been this one video of Mark Hamill, of this dad using the force, that are adorable? I have liked many memes. And Jordan. And someone who made a sculpture of Bugs Bunny. And buoyant corgis. Important things. Oh my god, I swear this was only like 2 days ago, but maybe it was longer. God, it must have been longer ago. Okay, apparently I like a lot of things on Twitter. I didn't think I did. I'm being proven wrong. Maybe the tweet got deleted, because honestly, it wouldn't be as far back as this. So I'm in like the start of June, and it wasn't that far back. I think the tweet must have got deleted or something. Maybe the dad didn't want his kid on Twitter that big or something, because it definitely was one of those sort of ones that was going viral, I guess. Yeah, no, it's not as far back as May, so it's definitely something's happened to it. Poo bum, but it was cute. Yeah, captions or something, because like, obviously people who use image readers on their phone, they need a written description of what is in the image, and that's what I try and do on Instagram. Is always have some sort of visual description, because like what I do is such a visual media, I want it to still be accessible. And I've learned so much about accessibility from amazing activists in the community. I don't want to just sort of drop the ball. It's part of why I'm going through and doing all the subtitles for my YouTube videos, because like the automatic subtitles aren't bad, but they're not great, so it's always better to go through and finesse them. It just takes time. But once I'm done going through the old ones, then I just need to do it each time I upload a new video, which would be a lot easier. So, all part of the process. I'll get there. You Googled? I think when I added the edge of his head here, I lost some of the shapes in the edge, so I'm just going to go down and refine that a bit. It definitely sort of goes in here at his temple a bit, and then it goes out again at his brow. Yeah. Oh, you googled Mark Hamill Twitter high sports chair, and you can put it there. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I don't know why my mic randomly turns off sometimes, but it does. Thank you. I was just saying it was the Google that gets me, and I know I'm clucky as fuck, but it's like, that kid isn't old enough to be a Padawan yet. He doesn't know the bad things that the Force can bring. It's just all adorable. Yay! So cute. You can't hear me now? I should be unmuted now. Sorry, I know I was muted for a bit. I think it was when I turned the sound on the video, it muted my mic. So I gotta watch that. Yeah. I'm back. Yay. Feel good. I think we're slowly getting our likeness back. That makes me happy. Yeah, I think earlier I definitely messed around with the jaw too much. That stuff. Oh. That's okay. The whole point of oil paint is that we can push and pull it. DB, when are you streaming next? Do you do a schedule or do you just sort of stream when you want to? I know Cool Brain can sort of make things hard. Granted, I was sort of freaking out just before I turned on the stream today. Because nerves. I still get nervous getting ready for a stream. And I feel like I've been getting ready to stream since like 9 AM this morning. Every Friday. Okay, that's fine. I will remember. Because yeah, I just wait for the notifications most of the time. I'm like, this person is streaming, yay! It's just whatever I'm doing at the time. If I'm painting or watching YouTube, I just sort of pause YouTube and watch Twitch instead if one of my people come on. Or if I'm doing dishes or one of those boring things, I can just set up my phone and watch people do things. I was doing that with... I lurked on Mayor Peachy today. A little bit. Yeah! What's with that? Like just before... Oh, Abby trying to unpack my paintbrush! Oh, that's so cute! Oh, now I can't stop painting. Oh, no. Now I have entertained the cat pressure. Okay. Oh, what a cutie. No pressure! Ah! But I want Abby to be entertained. Is Abby not entertained? Physically incapable of watching things and doing things. I'm the opposite. I can't do things unless I'm like watching or engaging with something else. Because then my brain... The only thing I can do semi one-on-one is reading, and even then I want music on because otherwise it's too quiet with me and my brain. If I don't have two things on, then my hand and analytical brain can't get on with painting, while my creative brain is talking about memes and being distracted. This feels weird putting a new scar from the Wampa attack. Like, it's accurate, but I don't want to overdo it or underdo it. There's the smirk. We got the smirk back. Yay. I do admit I have two versions of watching TV and watching things. I I'm doing things and watching things, which is much more casual and no pressure. And then I sit down and watch things. And if anything, I've gotten a lot worse at sit down and watch things, mainly because I find sitting down and watching things very intense. Like going to see the last Marvel movie. That took it out of me for like 2 days. That was so intense. And I knew it was going to be emotionally intense before I went in to see it. But I still, man, that knocked my fucking guts. And it just, I don't know, I think nowadays I get so affected when I get really emotionally into something. It makes me hesitant to do too many experiences like that because it exhausts me so much. That's why I don't watch a lot of dramas. I watch almost entirely cartoons and kids shows. And competitive reality shows. We're watching Forged in Fire at the moment, which is the Project Runway of making swords and daggers. And it's great. Absolutely great, because every episode you know exactly what you're in for, and it's a very minor emotional ride compared to like watching The Handmaid's Tale or something that I hear crib notes about and go, no man, I can't emotionally invest in that. That would destroy me. Because I put myself in the shoes of the characters too much and I take on their emotional labor and then it just wipes me. And that's just not entertaining for me and I don't enjoy it. So I often ask myself, why am I putting myself through this if I don't want to? Sometimes I do it because my husband really wants to watch something with me and I'm like, that's fair enough. But he gets that I get whacked easily as well, so that's good. Every Friday, I need to fix the thing I didn't fix all week. Yes, I feel that. I had to invent the screen to share my other screen today. That was fun. I've just had another idea in the shower now I have to try and make it in the next 2 hours. That's fair. 100%. But that's how wonderful things are born as well. Like that wonderful Pigtail song you did for Bri. Wasn't that one of those manic, I have to make this thing now? That was the story he said about it. And that worked out so brilliantly. That's kind of the inspiration issue, is that sometimes you've got to ride the wave and you've got to ride that wave now or it's gone. I feel that. Yeah, Infinity War, it was... You couldn't not see it because you needed the completionism, but at the same time, seeing it was just, it was bloody traumatic. Super sucked in, yeah. Well, if you're paying full attention to it, Jazz, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I'm not surprised if you sit down and pay full attention to things. Light and breezy is good. And yeah, I still cry all the time, because that's what we watch comedies all the time. Even like episodes of Scrubs that I've seen 400 times, like any of the episodes with Ben in it, just bleh. I'm an absolute mess every time. You did pigtails in an hour during his stream. Holy heck, DB. Oh, Melody, no worries. Thank you so much for coming and joining. Yay. And you did some drawing as well? That's awesome. That's awesome. I hope you have an easy day at work and it is chill and everyone is nice. That is my hope. Oh, Joanna, you watched The Owl House? That's the new show that we just started. So my husband and I just started The Owl House. We're still in season 1, I think. Because I'm a huge Gravity Falls fan. And then he found it and put it on in the same day another friend recommended it to me. So I just it was really good because I didn't get in my own head about starting a new show. We just sort of straight started it. And then, oh, you sent me a picture. Yay. Thank you. I will check that out. Oh, sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, in The Owl House, I didn't realize Alex Hirsch does some of the voices. Although it weirds me out that King is the same voice as Bill from Gravity Falls. Because I'm like, the bad guy is now the good guy. But King is so cute. I freaking love him. He's the little sidekick character guy. So yeah, we've just started watching The Owl House and I'm really enjoying it. Hootie is Alex Hirsch as well. Why am I not surprised? Hootie is fucking... Oh, he's the most annoying little shit. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of voice actors who are also on Gravity Falls. I think one of the officers, not Derlin, the other one. He's in it. and a whole bunch. But no, it's got that good vibe of sort of high school girl kids show like My Little Pony, but like the weird sarcasm of Gravity Falls. I am enjoying it. And if anyone here hasn't seen Gravity Falls, I highly, highly, highly recommend it. It's only 2 seasons, but it's a perfectly rounded story because they actually finished the story the way they intended perfectly, and just, oh, so good. Oh, this is looking so much better. I'm so much happier. Yay. See all those little subtleties through the side of the face now? That's making a lot more sense. Need a bit of a cheekbone going in there. There we go. The creator of the Owl House worked in Gravity Falls. That's awesome! Oh, no wonder it's got that same sort of quick comedy about it. It's definitely that sort of same sense of humour that I'm really enjoying. But it definitely brings new things to the table. That's awesome. Well, that makes sense why they got Alex Hirsch involved in that as well. Because yeah, I was initially surprised to see him involved with another Disney property because of how burned he felt at the end of Gravity Falls initially. I know he's come out a couple of times on Twitter with not the most positive things to say about the House of Mouse. Because they make weird decisions sometimes. That's a bit better. His face had gotten very round at the bottom. We're just missing. This is a very jazzy track. I'm gonna save this one. Very saxophone. So how many seasons of the Owl House is there now? Is there like 3? You said the next season's about to come out, which is exciting. I like getting into something when it's already a few seasons in, so you don't run out straight away. Oh, they're dating! Aww! Oh, that's cute! Ooh, who'd want to be dating Hootie, though? You don't want that voice coming out at home. Hoot hoot. That's awesome. 1 season currently. Season 2 out soon. Okay, cool. Cool. So we're about halfway through season 1, I'm pretty sure. So that means I've got some time. Yay. Yeah, weekly's blurg. I completely... Exactly, right? Or even if he brought out the like oh, sorry, that was me. Sorry. If he brought out the Grunkle Stan voice at home, that would be hilarious. I watched a live stream, they were doing like a charity live stream. Him and, is it Justin Roiland from Rick and Morty? They're best friends. They did a version of I've Got You Babe of Rick and Grunkle Stan doing the voices, and it was just, oh, it's hilarious. I think they've done a bunch of things like that together because they're mates, where they've brought out Rick's voice and Morty's and Grunkle Stan's all at the same time. Weird crossovers. But there's a lot of crossovers between those two universes, like the in the intro of, I think the first episode of Rick and Morty has an Easter egg from Gravity Falls, where something comes flying through a portal. So that's one to look out for. I don't know, I watched a lot of the... You remember when DVDs used to come with featurettes? I miss all that stuff. I used to love all that sort of behind the scenes featurette stuff with shows, and Gravity Falls was one of those great shows where there was just so many little Easter eggs and codes and things like that. I never solved all the codes, but I read about a bunch of them. We used to solve just the anagram ones at the end of the episodes because they were fun. Yeah! I want featurettes again, man! Closest I get now is seeing behind the scenes on YouTube videos of certain things. Dog hair. Lucy's by. We just reached an episode that may have implied that might be the case eventually, and yes, that is very exciting. We watched the one about the Grom tonight, so that's where I'm up to. But I don't want to spoiler anything, but yeah. That was heavily implied a little bit because of all the stuff with the other character, and just, yeah, it's very exciting. It's giving me sort of, I haven't finished watching the new She-Ra, but it's giving me those sort of vibes. I've watched a season and a bit, because I was watching it with my housemates in my last house, and then we moved apart, and so I haven't kept watching it. I should pick that up again, because I know my housemate finished watching it. It was just the thing we were doing together. Very heavily implied, not stated yet. Yeah. Well, kudos to Disney for getting close to representation. Close. I'm not going to give them full points until, you know, on-screen full happening. She-Ra is lovely. I think the only problem I found with She-Ra was watching episodes back to back to back to back is they're all so much happens in every episode. And so if you watch 3 episodes back to back, there's no, like, breathers. It's like, the thing happens, the thing happens, the thing happens. And I found that a bit exhausting. So if anything, I need to take, like, breaks, enforced breaks between episodes, because it just becomes too much going on all the time. And the characters never get a break. That's what I found Gravity Falls was a bit better, was that pacing where they'd have sort of like a story-heavy episode, and then they'd have a fun episode, and then they'd have a story-heavy, and then a fun. They'd have a bit more of that until right near the end. But She-Ra's just intense. They never get 5 minutes to just chill. But it is lovely. And like, Noelle Stevenson, who was one of the writers for that one, I've loved for years and years and years. They used to go by Ginger Hayes when they did webcomics and things like that, and then became a writer for Disney and various comics like Lumberjanes and things like that. So any of their work, I'm always 100% behind. That's someone else I follow on Twitter. Ha! Noelle Stevenson. What have I learnt tonight? I've learnt tonight that I follow more people on Twitter than I thought I did. I've learnt that even if it's a still life face, I shouldn't rush it because I will lose my likeness. And I've learnt that skeletons are always fun to paint, but I already knew that. Yeah. I knew Alex Hirsch still has Disney issues, and, like, well-deserved. Disney's been a dick a number of times. And yes, the rainbow washing is particularly weird. Because I think he originally said he wanted to have, like, a queer flirtation in Gravity Falls and things like that, and, like, nothing was allowed. Nothing was allowed. And all that kind of stuff, and it's just, yeah. I can see how it would be a very frustrating structure to work within. Especially when it seems so flippity-floppity, as they're currently experiencing. But at least he still got to share one big thing with the world, even though we still don't have our Gravity Falls DVD box set with featurettes. I want the featurettes! Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mabel, like, one of the various summer relationships, at least one, was meant to be with a girl. And then I think Memando was meant to be, like, non-binary. I remember reading that somewhere. I can't remember it well enough, but it would make sense because Memando is a mermaid. They can be whatever they want to be. And yeah, one of the other ones, I forget which one. But that would have been, like, that totally makes sense for Mabel. It totally makes sense for Mabel. The way that she is with everything, why would she be exclusionary when it comes to it? Like, it just doesn't make sense with her personality. Because she is so open and so, like, naively open to everyone. Yeah. Like, I get that they're 12 and 13-year-olds, but there was a lot of romance storylines in the show, so it makes sense. I strive to one day be as cool as Wendy. Agreed. Oh man, we're streaming all the way till midnight. I did not expect to be streaming this long, but I'm vibing what I'm doing. If I can finish this tonight, I'll be really chuffed. Although I probably won't. I don't know. Again, no one is obligated to stay longer than they can, of course, because I'm streaming for quite a while. Longer than I assumed I would be. Okay. I think it may have even been the nerves. I was going too fast at the start of stream, and it took me a while to settle into normal paint speed, observation speed. That may have been part of it. Because I know when I did some of the previous streams and I was doing like quick eye sketches, that sort of worked in my favour. As opposed to this where I'm working on something a bit more slow and considered. Or maybe I won't be able to paint all night because I can feel it in my back. I'm starting to feel that I've been doing this for quite a few hours. Which is annoying. Suddenly limits the butts. Fortnightly online shop, that sounds like a good idea. You're being responsible, D. Tire out the small cat. Fair enough. I hope I helped in some ways with the paintbrushing. Does she sleep through the night okay, or 3 AM zoomies? Bit of both. Fair enough. There's something that is a bit simpler with pups, I think, than kitties. Is like we've done crate training with Dipper, so at night she sleeps in her little bedroom and she holds her bladder until the morning, like a good girl. And that definitely, having that routine got her into settling at sort of 10:30 quite well. Which granted, like me being up all night, like as a night owl most of the time, I thought she'd want to stay up with me. And some nights she does, but a lot of the time she prefers her routine because she gets a treat when she goes to bed and that kind of thing after we brush her teeth. So she looks for all that. Tells us off when we're not doing the routine right. Cats love to raise the dead. Fair enough. They're little necromancers. They can't help it. They're very cute necromancers, though. That's why they get away with it. There's just so many little bits in his face that are just so unique, and even though I had the underpainting, I'm just finding more and more bits, and I think that's the thing. I had simplified forms in the underpainting and now I'm making them more complex forms. I should do grocery shopping. I think we're doing grocery shopping tomorrow. Which which I do prefer doing it online, but if I don't know what I need, then I have to go down in person. Blech. Very cute, but please, Abby, I want to be lazy. Yeah, 100%. I get that way with Dipper too. Especially since she's been teething, because she's just like, I want to chew on everything, including you. And you're like, can we just sit on the couch and watch Owl House quietly, please? Please, dog. But also, can I climb you? Just manic children. Children. I'll be very happy when teething is over. Yes, Mother is not for chews. I sacrifice all my hoodie strings because she'll lie on me and then chew my hoodie strings, and for some reason that's like her favourite thing. It was my way to bribe her to cuddle when she was a fresh baby, and now I've bitten myself in the butt because now it's one of her favourite things to chew. I think she feels really comforted when she's sitting on my chest chewing my hoodie strings, so I just have to make peace with the fact that my hoodie strings will always be gross. I do get cuddles, so I can't complain. Aldi's prices. Yeah, and that's the thing, Aldi like doesn't really do the online shopping, do they? I haven't tried the dried up collection. Oh, at least not for ages. I did it at our last house. I should try it again, actually. Hoodie strings can be replaced. That is very true. But love cannot. At least it feels like she loves me when she lies on my chest chewing my hoodie strings. The drive up collection, yeah, I do like that they've made the spaces for those now. Because the thing that used to annoy me about it was the waiting around at the store for the groceries to be ready when I do the pickup. But I feel like that's a lot more streamlined now since COVID. That's my problem. My husband does most of the cooking. He's more fancy chefy inclined than I am. So a lot of the time he wants to sort of pick all the groceries. But he's not available half the time. I'm the one who's available, so then online was really good because he could pick all the groceries the night before and I'd just pick them up. He made steak tonight. It was so good. Steak with baby gnocchi. Yum, yum, yum. There's no leftovers because it was too tasty and that makes me sad. We normally cook everything to have leftovers so that I have lunch. Oh, that's so cool. You can say when you're on your way. Well, that would stop me having to sit at the front of the store waiting around for ages. Yay. That sounds really good. Ooh, okay, I'll talk to Jack tomorrow about ordering online. Maybe we can do it for Saturday collection. That'll work out alright. Yay. Learning. Learning! It has a 200 character limit for chat messages? Oh, I didn't know that. That's annoying. That is true. You're very good at writing nice, concise paragraphs. I'm the one who writes like 23 single lines and then gets hit by the bot for sending too many messages too quickly. I sort of send bursts of message because that's how I talk. Yes, yes, my husband loves his sous vide machine. Yes, and then we got the Christmas before, we got one of those Le Creuset pans, the, what are they? Wrought iron thing. Wrought iron? something. The one that heats up really hot and then you just sear the steak ever so slightly and then it's like amazing. One of those. Because they had one on sale at the store and they were like, if you don't care what color, then you can get one that's 30% off the normal one. And I'm like, yes, very much yes, thank you. So that's why we have a white one, but I don't care about the color for that. That's fine. Cast iron, that's the one. I thought wrought iron was wrong. I'm like, that's a fence. I do not eat steak off of a fence. Yeah, DB, that's probably why I'm bad at Twitter as well. I need to do like 47 tweets to get across my point. As opposed to like a picture and one... Instagram is quite good at letting you do long captions. I am very happy with the Instagram limit. And like the YouTube descriptions, I've never run out of room, like describing a video, and I chuck a lot of junk in the YouTube descriptions, like all my links to everything, and they're great. Are there character limits on Twitch for when you're writing messages? You type as you form thoughts, not after. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I just hit enter a lot more often than you do. I hit enter every sort of half sentence. Or every phrase. No worries, Jazz. Good night. Thank you so much for joining us here. Cool Brain Club. Yes, DB. Yes. Although I'm not officially diagnosed like you guys are. I'm just suspicious. Twitch is 500. Oh, well, 500's a lot more reasonable. That's more than double. Rude, YouTube. Rude. Twitch doesn't display the character limit unless you hit it. Oh, that's right. I can see there. There's like 0 of 200. Oh, well, that's just anxiety inducing. Night, Jazz. Love you. I don't think I'm going to finish this tonight the way I thought I was. But that's okay. I can finish it tomorrow. Might even do another layer of blue once this layer dries in the background, because it'll just solidify the colour a bit so you won't have as much of the streakiness. Running out the woolly thing, yeah, that's fair. Because yeah, that gives you a time limit on doing your order, doesn't it? I remember that. No worries, Joanna. Headbutt sounds like a bit of a harsh way to wake up, so that's completely fair. You have a lovely night, and thank you so much for joining and chatting, and yay, other people who are fans of the Owl House. I'm excited. You have a great night. Bye. I think I'm just going to tidy up some of these blobs and then also call it a night, probably. This was fun. Thank you. I definitely enjoy... I'm putting myself in the I enjoy streaming bucket. Yeah. The fun bucket with friends. Buckets of friends. It comes in buckets. Tiny notes. Damn. I think, like, I'm still really nervous at the start, but the actual doing, once I settle in, is quite lovely. Like, the reason I started streaming in the first place was I wanted to sort of see if I could recapture that atmosphere I had in uni when we'd all sit around in our studios and chat while doing. Because, I don't know, I get really good vibes from having my brain activated, and sometimes, yeah, working at home. I definitely, last time I worked from home full time in 2016, I had a lot of loneliness issues. Every time! But all the beans over on Twitch are so lovely. Granted, tonight you did find a dick in Bry's stream. What was going on there? I sort of caught the tail end of that after I came back from dinner. But on the whole, at least everyone on Twitch is lovely. Does that give you any sort of comfort when you start streaming? Like when you start each stream, not when you start streaming in general. Because again, you've been doing this for a while. Nope. Boo. Boo butts. I miss Butt Spot. You don't suck, DB. The only thing that sucks sometimes on stream for any streamer is when it's all technical difficulties. And I know that happens a lot because Twitch demands so much more, and honestly we all get so much more excitement out of all the extras on Twitch, all the alerts and all the screens and the dance parties and all that sort of stuff. Which I'm not entirely upset about not having a lot of that, just simply because I can focus on the painting more in this context, but that's specifically this mode. I do miss not having, like, emoticons and stuff. But you have so much in your stream, like, it's really fun. I think the only weird thing about your stream is when it's like the 40th farty party and my husband's like, what is happening in your studio right now? And I'm like, it's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. It's normal. Yeah, but sort of the whole crew does that a little bit. Jordan definitely does. I blame her for putting the bar so high. Is it OBS or Stream Elements that you're pushing so hard? We're partying, okay, Mom? No. Oh, it's 100% her fault. Yeah, exactly. She puts the bar that high, and then we're all expected to, well, we do just all love and adore it, and then strive for such ridiculousness ourselves. Oh, you do it all in OBS. Okay. I do admit I find OBS easier to understand. I've got Stream Elements, and that's what's running the, like, I can see people who've subbed and I can see the chat with Stream Elements, but I haven't been able to use their, like, make alerts thing successfully. I tried to make a little ghost that could go across the screen, but I haven't figured it out yet. I need to sit down and watch my YouTube tutorials and all that on how to do it. I got utterly confused because one of my mates uses Streamlabs and another one uses Stream Elements, and they were both telling me different things, and I'm like, I don't understand! I didn't realise they were both using different programs. Blech. But I'm glad I got the screens for the Be Right Back and things like that, because they were... I bought a pack of pre-made overlays, and then it didn't work because the pack was so outdated. All the instructions for installation didn't make sense. So I got a refund on that, and then I slowly made my own overlays out of my YouTube trailer, which I do like better now. Pretty obtuse. Ooh. Well, that doesn't make me feel confident about learning it. Maybe I'll just stick with OBS. It's like OBS at least makes sense, and like even little things like figuring out that you could make scenes that were then one of your sources, like the little circle I have around my camera. I've got that as a scene, so then it stays in one place, and then I have it as a... I source that scene for certain things, so then it all makes sense across the various screens. Yeah, and I don't need a lot in this sort of stream. Like, I don't need a lot. Because again, most of the time we're just on this screen because it's whatever I'm painting. This is what's going to do me in. I'm running out of paint. A little bit of that particular colour. I put all this red out on the palette and I haven't used that at all because we decided to go blue right at the start. I'll have to paint something red tomorrow. I think we got our likeness back. It was all in the mouth. Stupid mouth. Oh, too bright, too bright, too bright. No, bad Liz. Lost it in the mouth. That's what I kept thinking it was the chin, but it wasn't. It was the mouth. And now that that's there again, that feels a lot better. Shiny. There we go. I'm doing that thing in my head where every 2 paint strokes I'm like, 1 more paint stroke and I'm done. 1 more paint stroke and I'm done for tonight. 1 more paint stroke. And I've done that for about 10 minutes now. Yeah, that's cool, DB. No worries. I think I'm going to finish it here for tonight. But thank you so much for joining me and sticking through to this far. I'm going to finish him off tomorrow and then I'll post him on Instagram when he's done. But yeah, I think it still needs another layer of background, so we'll get there. It does, doesn't it? That likeness just completely came back because that's when he really went a bit fuzzy and now it looks like him again, so I'm really happy. Thank you so much for joining me and coming over to the weird world of YouTube for a stream. I'll be back here on a Thursday night in a fortnight. And then I'll be doing a morning stream sometime next week, but I'll figure out if I want to do it on Wednesday or a different day. But thank you so much. It was lovely to hang out. And I might see you next week on Friday on your stream. Have a great night. Bye.